here you go. This is Emily C., my new bestie.
I hate the idea that someone out there hates me. I even hate thinking that Al-Qaeda hates me. I think if they got to know me, they wouldn't hate me.
This stole the show. Emily C. was phenomenal.
There's something you need to know.
What?
You're doing great.
Look at my baby. Here she is. Emily. 10 out of 10. Huge fan.
I see Emily C says 123. I trust her. She's really good.
Listen, Turtle. You gotta watch your language. I'm already live. So you need to follow the FCC guidelines.
She destroyed, left nothing in her path. It was so good.
Oh, hey.
Are we live? Hey, how you doing? Are we live?
Good. Yes, we're live. Hi, everyone.
I
As
love that
Mitchell
song.
so lovelyly pointed out, we're only 10 minutes late. It's always my fault. I need to make this really clear to you guys. I know you like to blame expert, and he will take the blame every single time, but it is 100% always my fault.
Hey,
If it's any what is it called? Any
consolation.
excuse. I think I like give off an energy every night when I'm putting Carter to bed, and I know that this is coming because every night this week he went back to like school this week, summer school.
Oh,
So bedtime has been like a breeze every night, and I'm like, oh, it's like you're back in school, like everything's good. And then tonight he was like, wee, wee, and I was like, oh, I feel like
he feeds off of you.
No, yeah, it's like being a squirrel.
Yeah.
So 100% my
I
fault.
love that. I love that.
Apologize. The Goodmans have been a member for 9 months and said, we love you, Emily and Expert. We
Hey,
love
the
you,
Goodmans.
Goodmans. I love us.
Glad
I
to
love
hear.
this. I have
This
a
is awesome.
very jam-packed Squirrel School for us tonight. Are you ready? I know,
Oh,
but like,
crap.
can't
Hold on,
he
what did I
feed
do
off
wrong?
like
You
other?
got it.
So Dr.
Go
Jen
ahead.
Toxic said Carter's feeding off my energy, and I agree 1,000%.
Yeah.
But why does that only happen in like the times that I don't want it? Like, how come when I'm like super calm and I just want to have like a low key day, how come he doesn't feed off my energy then? Like, why is it only when it's like me wanting him to wind down and I'm not winding down?
You know,
No.
that is a good question. Like it's an up. You know, you don't relax with people. You go up.
Yeah. Like, how come he can't just like meet me every time? Like, there are some days where I'm like so exhausted and I'm like, oh, I live for now. Is that I live for now? I live for now. Said your nail color matches Expert shirt.
Oh, that's
Let's
crazy.
show them our uniforms.
That's crazy. I know the green is awesome. I absolutely love it. Like I don't. Oh, this is
Everybody's noticing that.
what's the this is Masters green. I love this.
Mm-hmm.
Love the Masters. I don't follow
Are you a
golf.
golfer?
I like the Masters. I did
you
for a
golf?
while. No. I had dreams of golfing. Like I was going to golf.
My husband is a big golfer, and my dad says that I'm a golf widow. I like don't see him from April to October.
When I was in school, I knew a guy. He was a what are those things called? The golf ranger.
What's that mean? A golf ranger?
He's the guy who goes around, makes sure he tells you to hurry up. You know, there's a foursome behind you, stuff like that. Anyway, we got to play for free or cheap based off of because of him. And it's a really nice course. And I was playing probably 3 or 4 times a week, and they had cart girls. Never mind.
Is Stephanie Slaughters? Is that what you're doing? Are you being a cart girl? Because that seems like fun. Ben Burnett says the velvet knife is ready to strike, and that is true. Okay, we're just getting right into it. I'm the velvet knife.
You're the velvet knife? You can't get nicknames without knowing about it. Well,
I've had a nickname for a while. Okay, hold on. We have to play the Squirrel School song. I need to stop sweating. I am so excited. Like literally, oh my God. Okay, I'm going to chill out because Otherwise, we're not going to get through everything I want to get through. Okay, first, this.
Hooray, it's time for Squirrel School, the best part of my day.
It's so cute.
I love it.
It's so cute. I just got here from Sam's too. Welcome. Like the AC, so my AC nefarious shenanigans, asked if the AC is on. My air conditioning got all messed up today because, you know, if you like leave a door open, then the air conditioning like decides that you don't want it anymore. I let my dog out and then Carter went out to go bother him. And then the door was open for a while. And then the air conditioning was like, oh, you must want it to be 97 degrees in your house. Well, I'll just stop working.
I love that analogy. Like the air conditioners decide you don't want it anymore. We have a dehumidifier running, but we have 2 of them actually running. Because it gets there it is. We're at 47% humidity in the house right now. I'm like,
that's
the air conditioner
like
just runs all the time.
That's like you can like
Yeah. So no go about that. I just saw that.
Hey, Boozy.
Boozy's a car girl.
I met the most adorable human at Whole Foods the other day, and she had an Adam Deitch pin and an Adam Deitch pin on her shirt and pin on her bag. So I just was like, hey, like I like your Adam Deitch pins. And then she said, are you Boozy Beauty? And I was like,
yes.
No, but that was like the nicest compliment anybody's ever said. I was like, no, I'm not. And then she told me, she was like, can I tell you, I keep going up to everybody I see with who like says something about the Deitch pins. And she said, and I tell them, you know, Michael Proctor, you know, his texts, that's Greg Connor's guy. And I was like, yes. So be more like her. Let's all be more like her. Also, lady, if you're here, I'm sorry I forgot to ask your name, but I like you.
If anybody asks me if I'm Boozy Beauty, I say yes.
Yeah. We could all be Boozy Beauty in our hearts.
You always just say yes.
Okay, here's the plan for tonight. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Wait, I'm excited because like you don't know what's about to happen and I'm so excited. Okay. This is how bad I am at like surprises. If I had talked to you at all today, I would have already told you what the surprise was. Tonight.
I downloaded.
Welcome everybody. Welcome friends. We're going to go back to the beginning. And there's a few reasons for this. And it's not just because I've been realizing how many like kind of gaps I needed to fill in for you. And okay. Oh my God, I'm so excited. And I just got excited that Tiffany Bob got excited from my excitement. Okay, okay. We're going to go back to the very beginning.
I love that girl too.
And part of the reason why I want to do this is because for you, like we've all been kind of doing this on our own. It's like every time that like things don't make sense, like in the trial or something, I would be like going back to the beginning, back to like figuring out what are these relationships? What was this? What was that? What was whatever. So I want to do that for you. Happy birthday, Danny. But before we go back to the beginning of Karen Reed's saga, I want to take a quick pit stop at the beginning of Squirrel School, because I don't actually think that we've told the story fully to everybody about how Squirrel School came to be. So if you will indulge me, we are going to take a trip back to December 20th, 2025. And this is the day that Expert and I met. And it was on a stream that Baker was doing as a fundraiser. He had like a 3-part fundraiser. So it was raising money for somebody and somebody. I don't know who the other 2 people were off the top of my head. And the middle one was for Aiden. And
it was Valhalla. It was
don't spoil it. We're gonna see.
Kelsey. Well, I thought I was passing a test.
Oh. You gotcha. I thought you were saying who was on it.
No, that's an old trick of mine. If you know the answer, you raise your hand. You get that over with, so that way you don't get asked a question when you don't know the answer.
That
We just
actually
gotta
is a
blurt out the
really
answer.
good tip. That is like a true thing that teachers do. So you are 100% correct. Okay. So if you guys
Expert.
will go with us, we're going to take a walk down memory lane. Okay. Here we go.
Yellow brick road. I love that. Yes.
Really only like 23 hours and 57 minutes or something, I think is what it was.
And Kristen Markuson, I heard the sidebars were released, and I can't wait to see people read them. Look out for Emily C. I know she either has a stream today or had a stream today where she's going to read it with Marbury V. Madison, who I can't remember.
Who's that?
Right now. I'm so sorry. I'm blanking like hell. Right
Marbury
now.
V. Madison was an old case in the United States.
Yeah, but that's also a YouTuber, not a YouTuber, a Twitter account who has done a lot of FOIA requests in the Karen Reed case, and she has gotten the sidebars released. It's kind of a mess reading them because you'll get, oh, this happened in trial, and then you'll read the sidebar. But I'm glad that Emily is on it because you know she will. Corey, that's the name. I'm sorry.
No idea who she is.
But they will cover it.
Just go with it.
You know,
Corey
Baker,
or
you,
Hopkins.
you know, I don't know if the chat realizes like, what an amazing job you did. That one dude who tried to make fun of your language prowess, that was weird. T-Rex was explaining it to me this last highway. It's like, y'all, do you understand? It's like Baker has to like hear the words in English, translate it to Danish so he understands it, and then translate it back out his answer. His response to it. That way you can understand it. It's an amazing process. And my phone's ringing. Why is my phone ringing?
I'm not calling you.
Do you want to know the inside joke to that?
Great. And
Yes, please.
So T-Rex, he's over on my side of things, right? So I told him it was a Discord night or something like that, and I told him, I said, Baker, you know, if you think about how amazing it is, his the intelligence you have to have, like he takes in the words you say, converts them into Danish, thinks about it, and then converts that back out to English and says it all within a second. Like you don't even realize what's going on. And I just let it go like that. T-Rex, so when at FNL 2 the year before, T-Rex went up to Baker and he asked him that question. And I've never told this to anybody later. I've never told this to anybody. Everybody, earmuffs. Later on, Baker comes to me. He's like, do you know what T-Rex asked me? And he tells me the story. He's like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. How dumb can he be? And I'm just sitting there laughing. I was like, oh, dude, I hate to tell you this. Like, that sounds like something I might have told him. And he's like, no, he was so sick. I mean, he was just so irate by that. And then he kind of figured out, oh yeah, that is totally expert played that. And that's all me. So that's what I was like, you know what T-Rex was telling me? He was telling me that how you understand language. And I was doing that just to mess with Baker right here. And he plays with his hair more than you do.
I know. I'm actually I feel at home.
I know
here.
Emily. I think she did parts of it yesterday, and I just love Emily to death. She is the cutest, the sweetest, the most genuine person I've met.
So at this moment, you have no idea who I am. He's just talking, and you're like, okay, like who is this person?
Been a long time online. There's a lot of fake people online. No, but she is very sweet, and you know, get 2 beers in her, and she will be talking like a sailor who hasn't seen land in a year. I can just feel that about her.
She doesn't drink beer. What to look for in women.
Yeah, you need that little. She's cute as a little button. She is. That's why when you think of, but I don't sit and Jess Bomb asked me what language I think in. I don't think in any language. I'll just actually it's become a problem. I talk so much English because I will start using it in my everyday life.
I think it's about a year ago you told me that, and you said that you were having a conversation with your brother or something like that. You're like, all of a sudden you had to go wait. You had to stop for a second because something you're getting tripped up on your words, and you're like, well, I did just do like 9 hours a day straight of Karen Reed.
Yeah,
like, I don't know how you do it.
No, it's
all true. It's all true.
Because then they're asking, what are you talking about? And then you're sitting there talking about, well, I made this bomb paddle so I can punish Baker's baddies, and it got a little weird. And then you're like, what's the bomb paddle called in Danish?
Mo has that now.
And what is a freak chat goers called in Danish? You'll just have to use English. Because I have a lot of Jessites, and Jessites are...
the party don't start till you walk
I'm
in,
just saying
Jenny.
they're freaky. Crazy Amy thinks she's freaky, but the Jessites... I'm just saying.
To truly be freaky, you have to lose your mind. That's the key. You can have no thought. You have to have complete serenity in your thoughts.
10% what? Sometimes I don't understand anything. Oh, look, we are talking about her, and she jumps right on.
Hello.
And my screen was black.
I'm going to stream in about an hour.
I know. I have a hat.
I just
I can fit in with you guys.
I have a wig.
I like it.
I've been so the first thing you say is my screen is black.
Yeah.
So you can't see anything. We didn't actually meet here.
No, like this is the first time I've ever seen you in the hat. I didn't know this. I did not know this at all.
Here and listening to you guys, and then you were talking about me, and I was like, okay, I should go on now.
Hopefully you didn't listen during the Valhalla portion, because that got degenerate. You're too pure.
I actually didn't. I was at a 5-year-old's birthday party, so the opposite of whatever
I'm way
degenerate
cooler
thing
than
you
a
were doing.
5-year-old birthday party.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, Hella has scopes. That's it.
Look at that. I said, no, you're not. I said it up there too. Ask him about the ducks.
No, don't ask him. Don't. And like everyone else who has come on, please introduce. Everyone knows you, but please introduce yourself as well.
I don't know who this is. I've never met her before.
I know. I haven't met your friends. I'm Emily C. I stumbled into this YouTube world by accident. I live in Norfolk County, and I got obsessed with the Karen Reed trial, and then now I'm here. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what else you want me to say.
No. And you have a wonderful YouTube channel, and you are going to cover the sidebars from the first Karen Reed trial.
So now I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit. So then Aiden comes on, and
it's fake. It's AI. You got to take the L on that one. Like, so all this like Turtle Boy's dead, because there's been some stuff going on in the last few weeks, and a lot of people are like, oh, Turtle Boy doesn't have the support he once did. He's dead. Nobody likes him anymore. Yeah, I think we kind of put that to bed last night, didn't we?
Yeah.
I feel like the Turtle Army was showing up in full force, and a lot of people are still here with 600 people.
This is December 20th, 2025, and you will see that some things never change.
Watching right now, and yeah, that a lot of the BS that happens online, and a lot of people wanna bite at the king, but the king survived.
Yeah, I survived. Exactly. Best not miss,
Can I just wanted to add on one thing to what Aiden said at the beginning. So Aiden, you were saying like nobody was threatened, nobody was whatever. And I think the part that like people might be missing if they don't know your case totally is that people were threatened. It was the cops that are corrupt in this system saw what Aiden was doing and saw the way that he was mobilizing people to get involved in this 100%. And saw that he was getting closer to the truth and getting closer to figuring out this cover-up that they had orchestrated. And the people in power got scared. The people in power got threatened. And it's not like, it wasn't like you were directly threatening them. It wasn't like you were saying, I'm going to do this to these officers. It's that the power that he had exercised just following the First Amendment is what scared those in power so much that that's why these charges are here now.
Yeah. To add on to that briefly, telling somebody to tell the truth is a criminal charge in Aiden's case. But if you're the commissioner of the Boston Police Department, perfectly acceptable.
No, he said do the right thing. That's way
right
different.
thing.
I didn't know any of this stuff. Holy cow! This
Look at you just
which literally got.
So at this moment, Expert has a black screen. He can't see anything. He has no idea what we're talking about.
No idea.
Okay. So I'm not going to play much more of that, but I will link it. I'm going to write myself a note to do that because it's worth going back and watching because it's very entertaining. But so that was when you and I first met for the first time. Okay. Look how cute this is, by the way.
That is awesome.
Okay. So then after that, I posted this on Twitter and said, how would I even begin to explain this to someone in my real life? I forget why it came back up again in December, but then you commented on it. We got to hang out sometime. And then I sent that to you and I said, you tell me when and I'll be there. We went back and forth for a little bit and this part made me laugh. Hold on. Hold on. I think it's in this screenshot. Hold on. Yes. Okay. So we were trying to coordinate when we were going to do our first, it wasn't Squirrel School then. But this part made me laugh because you said, is 2 hours too long? That's my max, because who are we kidding here? I suck at this. And now you and I do this for like 5 hours straight and times have changed. So 2 hours is great.
Yeah.
I was like, I've done this for 2 months. I have no clue what I'm doing. We were like, great. And then we did our first Squirrel School. Now, we didn't know it was Squirrel School then. We're not done with our trip down
No
memory
idea.
lane yet.
I didn't know you had anything of a channel until 1 hour before that first.
I basically
show.
didn't. I mean, I still
No, I
kinda
went into it. I
don't,
was like,
but-
oh gosh, this girl's like, I think you had 13,000 subs. I was like, holy cow, like maybe I don't know who she is even. And then I started looking at your content. I was like, oh my gosh, like she's got a lot more talent than need to have around here. But yeah, Baker the whole time he's like, have you called? Have you talked to Emily C? And I'm like, by the way, I know my Baker accent, it gets worse and worse. Like,
I think it's great. Okay, I found this. Did I find this? Where is it?
he was very pushy.
Well,
Was that
for
him
good
or
reason.
did somebody else together?
Also shout out to J7 because she had a big role in that, and we appreciate that so much. And truly,
She was very
not even
helpful.
joking. Yeah. Okay, Mitchell already knows this is going to be a late night.
Well, Mitchell, you better get your Folgers.
Now, I want to do this partly just because that was cute, but also partly because I was realizing in reflecting on my teaching that something that I did as a teacher that I haven't been doing for Squirrel School is starting each new day by like reviewing what we learned the last time. And I think that in real life, like in teaching, that is what makes things sticky and like makes things easier to remember. And we haven't been doing that. And I think that's part of why things start to feel convoluted. So
Like I love that
we're
on
going to
TV
review
shows.
everything we've learned.
Oh, I don't even know what I've learned.
I'm going to show you.
Awesome.
Okay.
That's such a horrible. I hate doing thumbnails. I'm horrible at them.
This was our first show together, and I went on with you. And how do I make it so it doesn't show all this stupid stuff at the top? Hold on.
You had a
I guess
whole
I
lesson
can't.
plan.
Meatball. That's okay. Meatball, we're not even starting for another like 45 minutes, but we're glad you're here. Okay. On our first time together, we reviewed Aiden's 2023 and what led up to his charges. So I basically explained to you everything that you didn't understand what was happening on the fundraiser, right? Then after that, you came over here and we continued talking about Aiden's charges. And then halfway through that, I was like, wait, do you know about the Karen Reed trial? And you were like, not really. And I was like, well, you can't really understand like what Aiden is being put through if you don't understand what Karen was put through. So the next thing we did, hold on, how do I make us littler? Was talk about the beginning of the investigation, which is what we're going to do tonight. Again, we're circling back. And the snow, which is my Roman Empire in all this. After that, we learned about the timeline. So we learned about how many times the witnesses changed their timeline and when they changed their timeline, what their testimony sounded like, how they changed their timeline halfway through testifying. Like, oh, I left at 12:05. I mean, I guess it was 12:15. So that throws off my whole timeline. We learned about
Holy
the
cow.
multiverse.
The 3 flights of stairs, that's one that I remember when we went over that. Like, it was a long time after this one, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow. And then, like, I was like, I still didn't. I think about that one all the time, man. I think I don't understand it. Or I don't know. I do think about that one a lot. So
Nobody really understands it. So that's another one where I feel like sometimes you feel like defeated because you're like, I don't understand it. And it's like, no, nobody does. We don't know why 3 flights of stairs were important, if at all. But it's just very odd that John's phone shows that he went up 3 flights of stairs at the exact same time that Colin is very adamant that he was walking into his house and walking up 3 flights of stairs. Except he wasn't home yet. We know that for a fact. So then why were you so adamant that you were walking up 3 flights of stairs? And why does it just happen to be the same time that John's phone was? Right? Then we learned about Trooper Paul. And that was when
Ruh-roh.
this was the Ruh-roh heard round the world.
What road? What road?
I mean, that killed me. You go back and watch that, you see my head turn real quick. I'm like, did he just
The way
say
you
ruh-roh?
perked up. It was so fun.
Definitely, yes.
I mean, y'all have been covering this stuff for hours. I mean, think about that. Like, how many man hours has gone into this over the amount of time, right? And all I hear is Scooby Doo.
No, but that was the best discovery. After Ruh-roh, then we learned about Judd Welcher and Shannon Burgess and how they did the blue paint test. And I don't actually remember how much we got into that. I think we just laughed at them.
Oh, that guy just wanted to flex on camera. Right.
Okay, I've been saying that he was very self-conscious about his body. He kept being like, I weighed 180 pounds at that time. Like he kept being, or whatever it was, like 200 pounds at that time.
Oh, maybe he had a thing for Karen. He's like, I'm the same size as your boyfriend. I wear his clothes.
Except his wife was in the gallery the day that he testified.
Yeah, from California.
apparently.
There's a reason
From
why she was keeping an
California.
eye on him.
That's actually really funny. Okay, so then we learned
Condiment.
about who was in the house. I realized that I did tell you a little bit about, you said you didn't know Nicole Albert. We did talk about Nicole Albert a little bit. I don't even remember what. Then we talked about Brian Higgins, and I don't know, half of these, it's like I made a thumbnail with like big hopes that we were going to get to more than we actually did. So I don't actually remember how much we got to. Then my internet broke and we played hooky and we just chit-chatted. And that was fun. And that was when we learned about serial sewers.
Serial sewer.
Yeah. Then we just got into like the fun stuff. So we did the viral moments of like what we all like reference as like inside jokes and stuff. We did that for 2 times, like the ham sandwich. Then we talked about Michael Proctor, and This one was not about anything that it was actually on the thumbnail, so I don't actually remember what we did there, but I just liked that thumbnail. Then we did a Collins. And then we talked about the good guys, and we learned about Lucky.
Oh yeah, Lucky. That was a good one. The Collins was cool too.
Yeah. Then we watched the rolling rally, and we decided that we didn't see any crime. And then we looked back at Proctor and Good, knowing now that they're real shitheads. And now we're here. And this is today. And that's meta. Do you have any questions before we get into what we're doing today?
I have a comment.
Mm-hmm.
I just noticed that you matched the backgrounds to our outfits. Or like the light what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Always.
That's really cool. I did not notice it. Did not notice it. That's really, really cool. That's a keen eye right there for detail.
Thanks.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Not many people have that determination, I guess. I don't know. That's just really neat. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm so happy that we've done this, and we've done a lot. Look how far we've come.
Yeah.
And yet we have so much to go.
I know.
Vote for Yannetti. Now I want Yannetti to win for Fervent's song thing. I didn't want Yannetti to win at the beginning, but now that I am convinced that David Yannetti actually is coordinating all of his he's coordinating anytime that he's in a competition, he's getting people to vote for him. Now I want Yannetti to win. It's how he won Hot Mics on Billy Bush too. Anyways, that's not important. I know. I'm not even making sense right now.
George Bush's nephew?
Heather D said, I've been at school since it started. I didn't miss anything. That's like so
Heather,
cool.
can I have your notes?
Can I have them too? Because there was a few that I was looking at and I was like, I truly don't remember what we were doing there. But now we're going back to the beginning.
Oh gosh.
And when I say beginning, I mean the first, starting at January 29th again. But we're not, you'll see what we're going to do. Tonight we're going to cover some of the like extra people that like I had even forgotten existed. So you guys who know this backwards and forwards, it might even be people that you guys have forgotten about. And all of a sudden it dawned on me that there is like so many like answer. I don't know if they're answers, but just there's a lot more to be uncovered in the like people once removed from all the players that we normally talk about. What's the best way for me to start this? Where are we going to go first?
You'll see.
Okay, let's do this. I made a timeline because that's how my brain works. And
awesome.
This is a timeline of just, actually, let me pull it up on my, not in StreamYard so that I can zoom in. And really what I want us to focus on tonight is twofold. Number one, it is so bananas that Karen was arrested at the time that she was because there was no case against her yet. And it's going to become like so clear. And not just no case as in like, oh, this is like a, sham, whatever.
Yeah.
They didn't have anything yet. And they were in such a rush. Like, when I think about real investigations, like I keep coming back to the Long Island serial killer. They had Rex Heuermann on their radar for like over a year. They knew like this is the guy. They had him surveilled. They are collecting DNA. They're doing all this stuff. I understand that a serial killer is different than whatever we were dealing with here. So don't like misunderstand what I'm saying. But investigators and police, law enforcement are meant to know that they have the right person before they do anything, right? And you want to be sure. It's like what they had on Karen at the time that she was arrested versus what they ended up like collecting after she was already arrested. If these were scales, it would be like, don't.
Oh,
Like,
that's a good point.
you're not supposed to continue. Like, they didn't even interview 97% of who they end up interviewing before she was arrested. She wasn't a flight risk. She wasn't gonna like, first of all, she was just grieving her boyfriend who was just killed. But
Can you imagine that? I mean, being in her shoes for a second, it's like, I mean, we don't think about like the grief, right? Like that's like the next day, she's sitting there. Everybody grieves differently, and you don't know how that mental disconnect is going to affect her. It's just, and then we turn around and everything's like, oh, she was drunk and she did this out of vengeance and stuff. And it's like, how do you? That just doesn't work. I mean, it just you don't ever see that in somebody that just after all these years, this whole career, this whole life she's built, that she's gonna throw it all away in a split second because she's upset about Aruba. A lot of people went down to Aruba.
There's even a text message we end up seeing from Karen to John that was basically like, if you're not in, she basically said to John, if you're not into this anymore, it was like when they were arguing, she said, if you're not into this anymore, just tell me and you'll never see me again. Like, girlfriends don't just kill their, like, no, okay, don't misunderstand me, but like spouses kill each other because a spouse kills a spouse because there are a lot of things that seem really complicated to get out of, and it seems like an easier way to get out of it than trying to figure out like the bank account and the kids and the this and the that. Spoiler alert, everybody out there, it's not easier. It would be much easier to just get a good divorce attorney. But that is where people's heads go. When you're just dating and you have, even though you feel like, oh, I'm connected to this person, whatever, it's easy to break up. You literally don't have to do anything. You move out and you never see each other again, and that's the end of that. They didn't share real estate.
Never see the person to begin with.
You don't just kill them on a police officer's front lawn and then just leave. That's just not a thing that happens.
She's like, got rid of him. I mean, that's another thing. She didn't get out of the car. She didn't poke him with a stick. She didn't know. She was, I mean, I got a good clipping in this time.
Right. And then the other thing, when you're talking about like she didn't have time to grieve, also, she was being gaslit to an extreme that like, I don't even know how you fully recover from something like this of like, I mean, the gaslighting is still going on for her, but they're telling her all of your taillight is littered all over the Albert's front lawn. Like, we found your broken taillight on the Albert's front lawn. So then she has to be like, well, how did my taillight get there? Like, if even if in that moment she wasn't sure when or how there had to be a moment where she was like, well, then I did it. Like, I must have done it because they're telling me my broken taillight is there.
That's
and
very common with
now he's not alive. So it must have been me.
Yeah. And that's why you should never talk to the police. I mean, when you are in a position, because everything in like the what's the interrogation room, everything in interrogation room is set up for you to be uncomfortable, and you they usually don't have the wrong person. I mean, it's amazing. First of all, like half the murders in America never get solved. Every year, they go half of them just are, well, we don't know. And then the other thing is like, it's so easy. Usually there is that quote unquote smoking gun. And so, I mean, we've all seen where people have told everything. But the other thing is that there's people, and it's a psychological thing. They just like, well, I mean, if I guess so. I mean, you're the police, but
Right.
if you say so, I must have done
Yeah.
it.
I mean,
Yes.
we could do an entire show sometime about like the science of false confessions because it really is. I mean, we're seeing that like in Delphi right now play out, but um, the everybody thinks, well, I would never admit to something that I didn't do, and yet so many people do that. It's one of those situations where it's like, well, I guess we can't actually know how we would respond in that moment because it happens so often. But that isn't even what happened here. And also, when you said an interrogation room, that would have been great. That would have been so nice if they brought her to an interrogation room. Apparently, in Norfolk County, those are like a storage room or something because nobody ever was brought there. They just interrogated, talked to her in her parents' living room. So I want to go through this because this is like where things start to get really crazy. Okay. So on January 29th, 2022, 6:04, Jen McCabe calls 911. This is a very bare bones timeline because I just wanted to get the things that kind of go to what we're going to talk about tonight.
Yeah. The highlights.
They do the leaf blower video at that time. They're blowing the leaf blower all over the place. And at that time, when there's only like 2 to 4 inches of snow, Gallagher, Sean Good, it was Mike Lang there at that time. Yeah. Find the broken cocktail glass. At 10:41 a.m., Yuri Buchanan calls the office of the chief medical examiner and says, John O'Keefe has passed away. We're taking over the case now, and it does look like it's suspicious. And he told the office of the chief medical examiner that a cocktail glass is the potential murder weapon. Now, they haven't been to the hospital yet. Yuri hasn't seen John yet. So this is all just like speculation based on what they found at the scene. But that means that every single person that was at the scene or that had already relayed some amount of information to him because he knows about the cocktail glass and he hasn't been there yet. Nobody said, Karen said I hit him. That was not in play yet. That had not made its way through the ethers. It was actually like just hatching. Then at 11:30 a.m., Proctor and Buchanan, which I started while I was writing this, calling PB&J in my head, Proctor and Buchanan go to the McCabe's. So 10:41, Yuri thinks that a cocktail glass is the murder weapon. 11:30, they go to the McCabe's. They talk to Matt McCabe, Jen McCabe, and Brian Albert. And then they go to Good Samaritan Hospital. And now they have a new idea. Now they're on a new mission. They go to Good Samaritan. They see John. They write in their reports that John had 6 lacerations on his arm. I'm not going to pull up a picture of John's arm for a whole number of reasons. But if everybody can just picture his arm in your mind for a minute, were there 6 lacerations or were there many, many more than 6?
I never counted.
Yeah, 6 you could probably subitize, which means like you could just look at it and know how many are there.
Can you explaining that to me?
Yeah.
It's a big word.
Like it's like, when you roll a dice and you see 6 dots and you just know that's 6. 6 is still in like the subitizing realm. The number on John's arm was many more than that. There's a chance that potentially Proctor doesn't know how to count higher, but I feel like Yuri probably does. So then at 2:30, so they go to the hospital at 1. At 2:30, SPDU, so the what do you call it? What are they? SPDUs, the detectives unit.
I see.
State police detectives unit.
Detectives unit.
They put in a request for the CERT team to respond to 34 Fairview, but not yet. I actually want to pull this up just while we're on it because I find this quite ridiculous. Unless I don't have it easy to pull up, and then I won't. Oh, okay. So they put out a CERT alert. CERT alert. And it says, hold on.
I love the squirrel grotto.
Isn't it so cute? Okay, so to be clear now, at this point, Procter and Buchanan have gone to the McCabe's and they've gone to the hospital. And then, so now it's 2:53. The CERT team puts out an alert that says, looking for members' availability to respond to Canton for evidence search involving off-duty death of Boston police officer. This is Sergeant Simpson. We're looking for a member's availability to respond to Canton for evidence search involving death of off-duty Boston police officer. We do not have the green light yet, just looking to establish a list of available members for when we are told to respond. Then they repeat that. Okay. Now, this might not seem like that big of a deal because, well, it was a snowstorm. They wanted to mobilize people. No. Why do you need the special emergency response team unless you already have a plan? So think about this. They're the detectives. You don't call in the CERT team for everything. So like a lot of times it's just the team, the Norfolk County team that responds. So it's all the goon squad. It's Procter and Buchanan and DeChico and Moore and Dunn and whoever else is on that goon squad. But in this case, they're driving from the hospital to Dighton. They haven't talked to Karen yet, and they're already mobilizing the CERT team because they want to do an evidence search outside in the snow. It still is not even clear what reason they gave, honestly. So now it's whatever 1647 is, 4:17. So exactly when.
If you have an idea of what. Okay, you said I missed this part. I think maybe in the beginning because there's a lot of stuff, and I guess I was just
I don't
so
think
blown away.
we haven't covered this. No, we haven't covered this.
The glass thing. That's what gets me. Is so you're saying that it's probably the glass. It was used as a murder weapon.
That's what Yuri said.
If you're looking for things that are associated with the glass, you're not looking. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in that scene. I mean, think about it. You walk outside, find yourself in a park, and just do a 360 and think of all the things you see.
This is really important to keep in mind, though. KP Times just said, you call CERT. Like, CERT is the team that you call when there's a missing person, like a hiker went out in the forest and now it's 9:00 at night and they haven't returned to their car yet. And you send out the whole search party, and CERT organizes okay, you 10 people canvass this area and you 15 people go over here and link arms. So what's the funniest thing is that they were still going by their typical protocol. So it's link arms to walk through a swamp to see if somebody drowned or whatever. They linked arms and they're walking through the 34 Fairview teeny tiny yard. All 7 of them holding hands because they just did the things they normally do and they didn't need to be there.
Did they? They really did link up arms.
Yeah,
In front there?
so O'Hara talks about it. He's like, yeah, so like we were holding hands. Like, it's so stupid. Okay, but this time is really important. So this here, so the first thing was 2:30. CERT puts out their first just feelers. It's during a snowstorm, and that is while Proctor and Buchanan are driving from Good Samaritan to Dighton to go to Karen's parents' house. Then CERT is kind of like, okay, they're getting all these responses. So now they have responses from these people that are able to attend. So it's troopers Busoli, Viscardi, Bearden, Louis, whatever, all those people. Then now all of those guys are like on call, basically. They're standing by. And the next alert comes at 4:17. Now, who in the chat can raise their hand and tell us what time Karen's Lexus leaves Dighton on the tow truck?
Was it 4:35?
Earlier. Very close, though.
I cried. I don't know why that time popped in my head. Sorry. I don't know it.
Ding, ding, ding. Stone 799 said 4:16 p.m. is when the tow truck leaves Dighton. Now, what time does the CERT
20
team
minutes.
say? Members 1 minute later. So 4:16, the Lexus is on the tow truck. 4:17, a message is sent out to the CERT team that says, members responding to Canton, please report to Lieutenant O'Hara at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Bring a shovel and maybe a broom. Which is just
the Massachusetts state broom, right?
like, that's just embarrassing. Like maybe a broom. Like, can't you picture all of them? Like, honey, do we have a broom? Can I bring it
No,
to
it's not, honey,
work?
gotta borrow your broom. It's an emergency. She's like, I
Yeah.
have to go to the store, and because she's a witch, she flies on a broom. That's what I know about Massachusetts.
So now
The next big holiday is Halloween.
Proctor and Buchanan go to Dighton. They seize Karen's phone and car without a search warrant. And Karen's Lexus arrives in the Sally Port. This should actually say 5:31 if we're being totally exact. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't say to bring a leaf blower. I thought they
Did anybody
I thought
bring a broom?
we could look at the video again. So then the Lexus arrives in the Sally Port, which is 4 minutes away from 34 Fairview at 5:30, and at 5:41. So just to like really be clear, for all the dumbasses out there that are still in my mentions every day being like, Karen hit him, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The Canton police were there when there was 2.5 inches of snow. That was the nicest thing that I could come up with to call them. They call me way worse. So the Canton police are there all more like 6 to 9, basically 6 to 8:30. Then they just leave the scene because like they're recruised and all that. But they didn't do a terrible job of like looking around. They found a clear cocktail glass. They found this right here, like in the snow. That's good. Okay. Since then, 10 inches of snow have fallen. And now it's like a whole mess. Like the snow is everywhere. It's like fresh snow. It's heavy snow. It like warmed up a little bit. So it was kind of like the morning snow, because it was really cold, was not as dense. Like it didn't have as much liquid in it. So it's kind of like fluffy, dusty snow. And then it warmed up and it got like these big, wet, heavy snowflakes.
Crusty. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Still falling.
It's
Sorry.
like,
I was about the ground.
yeah, but it's like the sticky snow. Like it's like snow, like the perfect snowman snow. Like the perfect snow to make a snowman. In the morning, it was like skiing snow. It's like, oh, this is all like dusty, fluffy, lovely snow.
Are you a skier?
No, I'm not. Then they're there for literally 10 minutes. They haven't even gotten down to the pavement yet. And they find a clear diffuser piece of the taillight. So that's That's this right here. Let's zoom way in. Yeah, can you guys even see that? That's tail light right there. They found that in under 10 minutes.
The CERT team did? Is that right? Are we still on them?
Yeah. Yes, but
Okay.
like, okay, when I say the CERT team in this capacity now, the CERT team is there. Tully is pulling the strings to the point that Tully at one point tells O'Hara and him are like friends from colleagues that have like become friends that like to work together. And Wild Goose said, "Are you sure about 5:30 arrival in the Sally part?" Wild Goose, I'm not sure about anything anymore. Nothing. I mean, 5:30 has always sounded like a longer time than it should have taken from 4:16 to 5:30 from Dighton to Canton. So no, I'm not sure about anything. At one point, Tully has them like turn the cars to like point their headlights towards where they're magically going to find everything. And then at one point he turns to O'Hara and he's like look over there, like towards where the door is. And then he was like, he literally said, "Look over there." And then he was like, "Oh my God, look, tail light." And O'Hara is telling this on the stand, like, yeah, so like at one point he told me I can pull that up. That was crazy.
Like a comedy sitcom.
Tragedy, horror movie. It's all the things.
No, right? I mean, I can't think of one. I know I've seen that in film. I'm serious with a heart attack on that. Hey, Panda. Sorry.
So then, hold on. Let's see if I can find that quickly. We'll watch that in a second. But
so crazy. Oh, look over there.
Literally what he did.
Is that Spaceballs?
So the CERT. So when I say the CERT team, like, yes, it's these randos, but they're just props. Like they're just there so that Tully can put on a show and like pretend that this is a real investigation.
Yeah, they legitimize the investigation.
Exactly. Okay, is this one? I'll find that in a second. So then okay. Oh, it's so stupid. So then they search for like 30 minutes. They like shovel a little bit. That you remember the whole thing with like the road shovels and the yard shovels.
Yeah.
They've found these 4 pieces of taillight, and then Tully's like, "Well, that seems like we got enough." And O'Hara, his buddy, is like, "Oh, do you want us to come back tomorrow? Like when it's light outside, we can like continue the search." And Tully was like, "Yeah, I'll call you. Definitely." And then he just never did. So the CERT team leaves at 6:15. They're done. So they get there at 5:30. They don't start until like 5:40. And then they find taillight at 5:41. And then they call it off at 6:15. Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins at 6:12. And then Ken Berkowitz calls Brian Higgins right when the CERT team finishes at 6:16. And then Nicole Albert texts Jen McCabe, "We'll get more information tomorrow. Don't want to text about it." That's interesting. The next morning, so now we're at January 30th. Now you would think if this was like a true investigation, right? That like these days would be jam-packed, right? Like the first day after you find a Boston police officer dead, like this should be jam-packed with like they interviewed this person, they talked to that person, they went over here, they went over there, they did this, they did that. It was a stretch for me to put these 3 things in here. So 9:52 a.m., Michael Proctor calls Jen McCabe. They talk for 4 minutes. Exactly, the first 48. Mia gets it. Michael Proctor.
And
Go
that's
ahead.
who he'd never met before, right? McCabe's.
Sure, we believe him. That day, Michael Proctor interviews Katie McLaughlin, who is one of Caitlin Albert's friends. Yes, I did. Thank you. And this is the origin of Karen said I hit him. So Katie McLaughlin is a firefighter on the scene, like firefighter EMT, and she's friends with the Albert's daughter. And there's a whole bunch of drama just surrounding her interview in general because they were going to do it at the Canton Police Department. Kevin Albert, who's like, they're all cute. I'm not even going to get into that. But basically, you can just know it's already sketchy off the bat. But that's all that happens that day until 5:42 p.m. when Jen McCabe goes to Michael Lank's house, who's a Canton police officer. They're already recruised, in Sean Good's words. Exactly. And then she's there for almost an hour. Her phone GPS shows that she went inside the house. She said it's just because she had to poop. She didn't say poop, but I'm going to say it because if you're going to lie, I'm going to embarrass you. And that's the only way I can right now. So
maybe she had a banana.
Yeah, Jen McCabe pooped at Mike Lank's house and stunk up the whole house. It was disgusting. It's the only thing it's the only way I'm allowed to embarrass her. It's not defamation. Relax, everybody. So then the next day after, this is a Monday. So even if we want to use the excuse that like, oh, it's the Lord's Day, like this is Monday now. The snow is melting. We even had school that day. I went back to check because there was that big blizzard. Everybody's like, oh my God, there was snow for days. No, we had school on Monday. There wasn't even like, it wasn't a snow day. It wasn't it was a normal day. The only things that happened that day, Dr. Squirty Bello was working. She did John's autopsy. And Jen McCabe
Dr.
called
Squirty
Michael
Bello.
Proctor. Yeah, we like her.
Squirt. I thought you said Squirty. Sorry. Squirty Belly. But I now realize that's not what you said. You said Bella. Sorry.
You can call her whatever you want to. Because Michael Proctor spelled her name wrong his entire report. So if he doesn't have to respect her name.
But at least he put words on the paper.
Sure. So at 11:51, Jen McCabe calls Michael Proctor and they talk for 17 minutes. And Dr. Squirty Bello did John O'Keefe's autopsy. And that's all that happened that day, on that Monday, right after a Boston police officer is found dead on the front yard of another Boston police officer's house. That's the extent of what happened on that Monday. Now, Tuesday is a big day.
Yeah.
And I point this out to say, I think Monday, there was a lot of quiet planning happening and a lot of putting the pieces in place for Tuesday, the big day. So Tuesday, 9 a.m., they get the whole crew over to the Canton Police Department. The Canton Police Department, there are 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts, and only one of the police departments of all those 351 cities and towns is recused from this investigation, and that is Canton. So they all came to the Canton Police Department, the place that's recused, and they start their investigating. Maureen Hartnett comes from the crime lab, and her job is to act like this is a normal motor vehicle homicide. So she's photographing every corner or swabbing she's swabbing the inside handles of the car. They're looking for fingerprints. It's what are we doing?
Of
They
Karen's
did a whole,
car?
yeah, they got a bunch of, they checked for fingerprints and DNA on the inside handles and a whole bunch of stuff. A whole bunch
Well, they
of
have to
weird
make
stuff.
sure that nobody in the house was in the car.
That's definitely not what they were doing. I wish I could say that's what they were doing. That is 100% not at all where their heads were at. They also have Zach Clark there. And this is what we're going to look at today. So we're going to take a look at some of Zach Clark's testimony today, which is what I mean when I say we're going to look at some people who are once removed. We're going, okay, hold on. I'm going to show you Maureen Hartnett's report. And poor Maureen Hartnett, just trying to treat this like it was normal. So, so she gets there February 1st, 9 a.m. and said,
Meatball.
I can't even read that out loud.
Jennifer McCabe took a steaming poop emoji. And at Lenka's house, she painted the bowl. No one was right after this occurrence. EOR.
Oh my God. Yeah.
But
I mean,
the
it's
poop
all we
emoji
have.
is very cute. I thought that was pudding the first time I saw it.
It could be pudding.
Pudding.
Soft serve. So Maureen Hartnett is now examining this car as if it was really in a car, as if it was really the murder weapon, and said the exterior of the vehicle was in overall good condition. Damage was noted on the rear of the vehicle on the passenger side. And she's going through. Apparent glass was noted on the rear bumper. The interior is clean, blah, blah, blah. She's literally goes through like the edge of the tire flap, the exhaust pipe. Like this poor lady is like examining every single corner. She took swabs from the gear shift, swabs from the steering wheel. Like,
well, it's probably protocol, right?
I know it is, but it's just like, what a waste. Nobody went in the house. Nobody went to go in to do any of this inside the house. They took a known paint standard from damage area. Anyways, so she took all these notes. Really bad handwriting.
Oh, it's so much better than mine. It's good. I like
there's diagrams of like what's going on. Okay, now here's where all the problems. Rear tail light broken. Now there's an apparent hair. Like the hair was going to be like the thing that proved it. Okay. I don't even know what all this stuff is, but basically she did a bunch of tests. Yay. She worked hard. If only everybody else was working that hard.
Well, that's a review checklist. I mean, that's it just makes sure that she's doing her job. It's
happy birthday.
There's always a form for something.
Oh, she's not the problem. She's highlighting what a problem everybody else is. She
really
doing
is.
The forms.
She doesn't even realize she's doing it.
Yeah, she's doing all the stuff. Like she's doing all the stuff that you're supposed to. Nobody else is. So then I'm only going fast through this because we're going to come back and actually like go through. We're going to see all of it, but I just want to like kind of see the whole timeline first. So Zach Clark is also there. I think Zach Clark I'm curious what you guys in the chat, what your vibe is about Zach Clark, but we're going to watch him in a minute, but I get the vibe that he did not at all want to be a part of this. Yeah. Test chart. Ash Valier, justice for Ash Valier, who had to sit there every day and put back together that taillight as she got little pieces and dribs and drabs. And that's like truly torture. That was so rude. So Zach Clark is there. What? She put the whole taillight back together. The whole thing. She put the whole thing back together.
Like you can see it.
Minus
Was that?
minus the one
Is that
piece.
evidence?
Yeah. Well, then they took it back apart again. I actually don't understand. Yeah, she put it back together. Then they took it back apart. Who knows? Okay, so then Cusco Wright said Ash is head of the jigsaw puzzle department.
Right. I don't know. I don't know how
Holmes
tail
likes,
lights
I do
bust.
like Lego. Do you see Holmes
What?
like this picture now? Is the
I
pareidolia?
don't like Lego.
I do
The
like
what?
Lego.
Who?
The pareidolia picture from Dr. Crosby. Okay. No, we're staying focused.
Pterodactyl?
No, it's fine.
A dinosaur bird?
You don't that was not Squirrel School. Okay. So Zach Clark is there. He photographs a whole bunch of stuff. We're gonna watch that in a minute because I have questions for all of you and you about him. Then at 2:55, they interview Kerry Roberts for the second time. So they only interviewed Karen once, but they're on a second round now with Kerry. They haven't interviewed Brian Higgins yet. Sorry, dude. But they're on a second round with Kerry Roberts because Jen McCabe basically wanted Kerry to be their spokesperson. And during this time, this is when Jen McCabe is texting the group chat saying Kerry's telling them everything, all the things. And then that night at 5:57, Julie Albert tells Michael Proctor's sister that she wants to get Michael Proctor a gift when this is all over to say thank you. And that's an interesting moment in time because about an hour and a half later, Karen gets arrested. So
Which
an
was
hour
he
and a
get
half.
her a gift?
Hmm?
What was the gift? I mean, if it was an hour and a half later, he's like, I'm gonna get a gift. This is exciting. So, we need to hurry up and make an arrest so that way I can get mine.
I think that they already knew that the arrest was happening and that was the gift. Also, they don't seem like super generous people. In my mind, Julie Albert got Proctor like a Bath and Body Works like perfume and lotion.
Why do I?
Right?
Next thing you know, we're gonna start seeing AI pictures of him in a jacuzzi tub with like a rubber duck and bubbles and all this stuff.
Pretty much.
Oh my god! Well,
So
at least he smells good.
sure.
We'll appreciate that.
Proctor does not strike me as somebody who smells good. That might be why they were getting him the gift. This is going to be really small, but
They gave him a loofah.
stick with me. So at 2:55,
Wait, she Googled Canton High School.
oh, actually, let's do this whole thing because the whole day is actually crazy. So Jen McCabe wakes up first thing in the morning. She Googles Canton High School. Interesting Google search. Considering that some people's life 360 was in the bubble of the high school.
Yeah, that's why I was like, wait a second. But then she goes to sleep. She goes back to bed.
Then she wakes up and Googles John O'Keefe.
Yeah.
Then at 12:50, Brian Albert texts the group chat. Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E Pizza, where Chris Albert works. Then Matt McCabe says, eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house. I feel like we don't talk enough about eating, I assume. Good one, Matt. He's saying eating, I assume, because he's trying to reassure the group that Channel 4 is not at DNE because they suspect them of anything. He's trying to reassure the group chat. They're just there eating. Like they're eating. They're not there for Chris.
And now he's also the one that has the computer company or whatever, right?
Yes. This is February 1st, 2022. It's a Tuesday. And
So he said eating, so he has an alibi.
What?
He has an alibi. He gets to say, "Oh, I didn't know. I just assumed they were eating. I said so in my chat."
Right, exactly. Tell them the guy never went in the house.
Because that's what I heard.
Then Meatball said, I feel like everyone was like, oh God, shut up, Matt, every time he chimed in, literally. Then Nicole Albert says, I mean, that also could be why Jen McCabe is literally like, oh my God, Matt, like, shut the fuck up. Nicole Albert says, I assume it's just to, quote, eat. But Brian, if she's there, ask her what the deal is. And what's very
interesting, they're a Channel 4 investigative reporter or something, that who she is.
I thought this was about Julie. Like the she is referring to like Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E. So it's like, Brian, if she's there, like if Julie's there, ask her what the deal is.
Gotcha. Sorry.
No, but that could also be wrong, because what's very interesting about all of this, we're going to jump over to one other document for a second, because Channel 4, actually, I'm not even going to pull it up, I'll just tell you. Channel 4 ends up being the first channel that reports that John O'Keefe's death was recorded on a Ring camera footage. And they went with that evening on the nightly news, and they said, we have reports that they have a lot of evidence, and that there's Ring camera footage that shows what happened to him, blah, blah, blah. So
now, what is Channel 4? I don't know Channel 4.
CBS, WBZ.
From out of what town?
Boston.
So they have a lot of stuff to report about.
Yeah, this was like big news for 2 nights, and then it just kind of fell off. So then, yeah, I wonder who gave Channel 4 that tip. So that's happening. The group chat ends because Jen McCabe probably need her husband in the balls and was like, stop texting incriminating stuff. So the group chat stops for a little bit. And in that, then they start up again because Carrie comes over. So when you talked about an interrogation room earlier, that's funny. Apparently the interrogation room is Jen McCabe's living room. So Carrie's in the interrogation room in Jen McCabe's living room, and Jen texts the group chat, Carrie is here going over timeline. And then, this is what it was. Then Michael Proctor called. They did her second interview on the phone. So Michael Proctor calls, and Jen McCabe texts the group chat and says, and we handed the phone to Carrie. She's telling them everything, all the stuff. So there's that. They interview Carrie.
Are you guzzling on?
Yeah, at the same time, Michael Proctor's just off in the party boys.
Oh, these are different. Okay, yeah, sorry.
This is a separate group chat. About an hour and a half later, Matt McCabe, dumbass again, texts the group chat. Yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode. And then Matt says, Brian's sitting separate. And Brian's like, okay, as in, again, like what Meatball said, Matt, do you have an off switch? Do you want to end up like John? Jen texts the group chat, but like it's in the group chat, but it is clearly to Matt, who's the only person, other person in the house, and says, "You listening?" And then tells the group, "Cops here again." Kathleen Prince and Whittle Baby Keefy suddenly show up. Nicole says, "Call us after." Matt McCabe says, "This girl could write a book nonstop." Jen says, "I love it." She's telling them everything. Nicole says, "Good." Then Matt McCabe is just mad. "I'm going to miss the basketball game." Okay. So then they finish that interview, and now they're like, "Okay, like we got our girl." So this is the end of their investigation. That is the last part of their investigation. They've talked to Kerry Roberts, who was only there in the morning. They've talked to her twice. They talked to Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert once for like 10 minutes. And they found 4 crumbs of taillight, like they haven't matched it to her car yet. They haven't reassembled it. They haven't tested it. Like,
No, they don't know whose taillight it is.
yeah, exactly. It was in the middle of a snowstorm where the plows are going up and down the roads. That is all they have at this point. And then Karen Reed is
Oh yeah, the
arrested.
thing is, the plows they're scraping up the road. I mean, you could. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of taillight pieces out on the road.
It's all ridiculous. I mean, plows, the amount of times that I've had to explain to like the dummies online, like plows push snow. So like snow blowers like move snow, but plows just push it.
Who doesn't understand that?
Have you ever been on Twitter?
Yeah, but I usually just talk to myself.
Yeah. No, tonight is like, this is like I just needed to get all of this out. You're just along for the ride tonight, honestly. I'm not even trying to teach you. I just needed to word vomit all of this.
My type of night.
No, I like literally just needed to word vomit all of this because this is how crazy this is to me. And I feel like this doesn't get enough attention. So when Karen is arrested, so when all of these like the people online are like, well, 75% throttle at 62 feet, and they didn't have any of that yet. They didn't know it. None of that existed. So at this point, when she's arrested, she's charged with manslaughter. Oh wait, you guys can't see what I'm looking at.
So you have to have probable cause to arrest.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're looking for right now. What is the probable cause at this point?
This is what we're getting to. Good question. We're going to watch her arraignment. This is what we'll do. We're going to watch her arraignment. We're going to go through the timeline. We're going to watch her arraignment. Then we're going to go back to the investigation. So she's arrested and she's charged with manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, and leaving the scene of a motor vehicle collision that causes death. She pleads not guilty. She's arraigned the next day. It's during like weird COVID times. Everybody's in masks. In Stoughton District Court, her bail is set at $50,000, which that alone says something to me because that seems low for somebody who you are asserting killed a Boston police officer, but who am I? We're going to watch this in a minute. And that night is the first night that the media reports Karen Reed was arrested for the death of John O'Keefe, and the incident was caught on Ring video.
Could you imagine they gave her like $1 million bond? And it's like
I'm shocked they didn't.
She fought it, and it's like that's cruel and unusual, or whatever. I forget what it is. Reasonable bond. It's in the Constitution somewhere. One of those pages.
Yeah, I'm shocked they didn't.
But if she fought it though, then they'd have to explain why they gave her such a high bond.
Mitchell's ready for a break. So then the next day, So you would think now, like, you built your case around this person, you arrested them, like it's time to celebrate or something. I don't know. No, the next day, then they call in the crime scene services team. So I'm gonna hold my theory for a second until after we watch something because remind me to ask you a question about this if I forget. This is a day. So this is where I started originally today. This lesson was just going to be about February 3rd because it's a day that like ruins me. You actually, sorry, hold on one sec. I'm like zooming in as if you can see what I'm
You guessed my
doing.
birthday to be February 3rd.
Is it?
Why'd you guess my birthday? Why does that ruin you? Oh my gosh.
Because
now.
no, it ruined. So there's 2 days of this
Lots of people
investigation,
say
February
I
3rd and
ruined your
February
fun.
10th. February 3rd and February 10th, like destroy my brain. It's a long story. There's just too much going on for it to like even make sense. Like for example, at 3:45 they interview Brian Higgins, but then at 5:20 they interviewed Nicole Albert at 34 Fairview, but they were supposedly just at 34 Fairview already. But you also can't. We're gonna get to it. It's a whole thing. We're never sleeping. We're here all night. And that's the first week of the investigation. So
I'd like to
tell me your thoughts. Chat, tell me your thoughts on the first week of who thinks they did an investigation at all. I don't. We're going to start in the middle. And so we're going to start here with her arraignment. And then we're going to go backwards to the first, this search. And then we're going to go forwards to this search. And we're going to see how absolutely freaking absurd this is. Okay. And for anybody who is on blood pressure medication or something, you should take it before watching this because this is freaking infuriating.
We don't double dose.
Don't double dose. But the way that they treated her is just so bad. Okay.
I just realized that reminds me of the place that was the greenhouse in Nashville. I don't know if it's still up or not. It was a cool place. Looks just like the Squirrels grotto right there.
Oh. Jeannie Lynn asked if there's anywhere that we can print that chart out. That is such a cute idea. I posted it on Twitter. If you're not on Twitter, send me an email. I'll send it to you. I think I posted it actually maybe as a I don't know. I'll get it to you somehow. Okay. P. Bayer said, I'm on blood pressure meds, but also painkillers right now. Should I be okay? I think that's the exact right combination for experiencing this. Buckle up. Here we go. This is February 2nd, 2022.
Homicide by negligent operation for one count of leaving the scene of personal injury and death. These offenses taken place January 29, 2022 in the town of Canton.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm advising you pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 276, Section 58. Should you be charged with a crime or violate a release condition while this case is pending, you could be held in the House of Correction for up to 90 days without bail. Good morning, Mr. Netti. Good morning, Mr. Lely.
Good morning, Ron.
All right. Mr. Lely.
Your Honor, with the court commission, could I just pull the mask?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is requesting that the court set a cash bail in this matter in the amount of $50,000 with some additional conditions. Those conditions being the bail warnings as just read by Your Honor to the defendant, as well as conditions that she stay away and have no contact with the deceased victim's family, that she stay away and have no contact with the deceased victim's residence, and that she be prohibited from operating a motor vehicle during the pendency of this case. In support of that request, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would cite the nature and circumstances of the offense as well as the potential penalty that the defendant faces particularly with reference to the manslaughter charge and the leaving the scene of personal injury and death, the latter being a bindover. The facts of this case, Your Honor, essentially on Friday, this past Friday into Saturday, January 29th, at approximately 6:04 a.m., the Canton Police Department received a 911 call from a woman reporting a male party subsequently identified.
Oh, just one thing. Listen for the lies. We'll pause when there are lies.
As a decedent and victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, who was found in the snow at a residence.
Sorry, not lies. Timeline changes. That's what I meant to say. Listen for the timeline changes.
On Fairview Road. At the time of the 911 call, there was heavy snow and the temperature was in the teens. Officers Saraf and Mullaney of the Canton Police were dispatched to the scene along with Canton Fire and EMS. Officer Saraf was the first to arrive on scene and observed three females waving at him. If you were standing on the roadway looking at the property, the three females were in the left corner of that property. Officer Saraf observed the victim lying on the ground as two of the females were performing CPR. The three females on.
Just an important thing to point out. Even Adam Lally said two of the females were performing CPR. So miss me with the whole Jen being like, he felt just like really weird and different. And I know Lally is a really hard listen.
Team were subsequently identified as the defendant before you, Ms. Karen Reed, Ms. Jennifer McCabe, and Ms. Kerry Roberts. Officer Saraf observed the victim to be cold to the touch, no signs of breath, and returned to his cruiser to retrieve his AED device. This time, Canton Fire and EMS arrived on scene and took over first aid. Paramedics then transported the victim to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, where he was determined to be deceased several hours later. Several detectives from the Canton Police arrived on scene moments after the 911 call. They began to search within the snowbanks for any evidence, at which point they discovered a broken cocktail.
They began to search in the snowbanks for any evidence. I would just like to remind everybody that at that time, there was about 2 inches of snow, 3 if we're being really generous, 4 if there's like a snow drift. There aren't snowbanks yet.
Do y'all
But they
have
searched-
snowbanks? Is that a common thing? I mean, that's not in my
So, like,
vocabulary.
So like snow banks are created when the plows have gone by like a number of times and there's heavy, like in the team search, we see snow banks. So like where the snow has piled up. So it's like
how
3
deep
times.
does snow have to be for a bank? I just, like I said, it's not one of my things.
Yeah, that's a
we
good
don't have
question.
snow.
It's like, it's anywhere that you would see like, okay, so say 10 inches of snow fell and you look at like the yard and it's untouched snow. That's like the amount of snow that actually fell. And then anywhere that it's like piled up. So like after you shovel your walkway and you like pile up your snow, that's what they mean by snowbanks. It's not like mountains. Actually, one year in like 2012 or 2013 or something, we got so much snow that and it was so cold all winter that there were literally like mountains of snow everywhere, like huge, enormous mountains.
Back in the winter of 2012.
No, it was crazy.
We had to walk uphill both ways.
Yeah. Also, they gave Karen a lot of crap because she wasn't crying at the arraignment. Like John's mom is the only person who's openly crying there. Everybody else who loves John, just like Karen did, is also not crying because like you're in public at a serious thing and you're listening and you're paying attention. And like sometimes it's hard to cry when you're also paying attention to what's about to happen to your life.
You can also be cried out.
And multiple patches of red substance that appeared to be blood in the vicinity. They secured the glass and 6 blood samples from that area as evidence. Troopers from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, specifically Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor, then arrived at the scene, began the process. They also spoke to several.
I'm sorry. What did he just say? Arrived at the scene? No, they did not. And began to process? No, they did not. What? Or did they? Now I don't know. Who knows? They never said they went to the scene. There is a whole bunch of time that's unaccounted for. Did they go to the scene? Adam Lally says they did.
Well, it's being entered in a court, so yes.
So now we have to believe that they went to the scene, even though Michael Morrissey said in his hostage video, Michael Proctor couldn't plant evidence. Michael Proctor never went to the scene. Well, I mean, this was before the evidence was plantable, but did they go to the scene? They didn't go to this. Who knows? We don't know anything. Nothing makes sense.
Witnesses. Specifically, they spoke to Miss Jennifer McCabe. She stated that the evening prior, she and some friends were at the Waterfall bar located within the town of Canton. She stated she and her husband arrived there at approximately 9 p.m. At approximately 11 p.m., the victim and the defendant arrived at the Waterfall bar together. She indicated to the troopers that the victim and the defendant had been in a dating relationship for the last 2 years, and that the defendant often stayed at the victim's house most nights, is what she described it as. She observed the defendant walk into the bar holding a glass cup from C.F. McCarthy's, which is a bar located across the street from the Waterfall, with a clear liquid inside and what she believed to be a vodka soda drink. She observed the victim to be wearing a baseball hat, jeans, and sneakers. The victim and defendant had been at C.F. McCarthy's across the street before coming to the Waterfall bar, as I stated. She stated that the victim and defendant appeared to be in a good mood, did not observe any arguing amongst the two, described the atmosphere within the bar as friendly amongst the patrons. She indicated as the bar began to close down, everyone was invited back to that residence on Fairview Road. She observed the defendant and the victim leave the Waterfall bar together. As the group was exiting, the victim texted Ms. McCabe, where to, at 12:14 a.m. She replied with the address on Fairview Road. At 12:18, 4 minutes later, the victim called her to ask where specifically the house was located on Fairview Road. While inside the residence, she observed a black SUV arrive in front of...
Pay really close to the time drift here.
The residence on Fairview Road.
Because just to be clear, now the Commonwealth's theory is that Karen hit John at 12:32:16.
She observed this from the front door. She texted the victim at 12:31 a.m. hello, and at 12:40 a.m. texted pull up behind me. She then observed the black SUV move from the initial place the vehicle stopped on the street near the driveway, and then proceeds to the left side of the property. At 12:45 a.m., she texted the victim hello again, and then observed the black SUV drive away.
At 12:45, she texted John hello, and then she observed the black SUV drive away. Well, Karen was already home, so that's cool.
Stated that they discovered the victim in the area where she last observed the SUV on the left side of the property as facing from the street, and at approximately 4:53 a.m. she received a phone call from the defendant looking for the victim. She indicated that the defendant was distraught and drove to her house. The defendant
I can't that Lally just took his mask. Remember the times during COVID when it was like if somebody coughed, you were like, oh my God, we're all going to die. Lally's like, can I take my mask off? And then snarfed into the microphone. Yes, Wild Goose, you said exactly what I was just about to say. This is the arraignment. So this is February 2nd, 2022. And I know that because February 3rd is the day that ruins my brain, which we're going to get to in a second.
Indicated to Ms. McCabe seeing the victim at the Waterfall bar. Ms. McCabe then informed the defendant that she observed the victim and her leave the bar together.
This is a Wednesday.
Then drove the defendant's vehicle to her house back to the victim's because the defendant was too hysterical to drive and had the other friend, Ms. Carrie Roberts, follow them. While driving to the victim's house, the defendant stated to Ms. McCabe, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
The defendant stated, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And the answer is no. She's freaking out. Like, when I leave my house and I see a fire truck drive by a minute later, my immediate thought is, did I leave my hair straightener on? And then the answer is no. It doesn't mean I burned my house down, but it's like, that's what my brain does. It's like, I see a fire truck and I'm like, oh my God, it's going to my house because I left my hair straightener on and I burned my whole house down. But no, I didn't. All you needed to say was, no, you didn't hit him. My family did.
Ms. McCabe stated that the defendant told her about a cracked taillight on her vehicle. Once they arrived at the victim's home, the defendant had Ms. McCabe looked at that same cracked taillight. Ms. McCabe described the passenger side right rear taillight as cracked. They then both entered Ms. Roberts' vehicle to look for the victim, with the defendant seated in the back as Ms. Roberts drove and Ms. McCabe was seated in the front passenger seat. Ms. McCabe stated that they turned onto Fairview Road from Chapman Street. At the time, it was snowing heavily, creating poor visibility. Ms. McCabe stated that just prior to the residence on Fairview Road, there's a cluster of trees.
Okay, side note just for 1 second, because Lally's putting me to sleep. Why does this background kind of look like they're in a Squirrel School classroom, like inside a tree? Yeah, a cracked taillight, not shattered, not gone, not demolished, just cracked. She had a cracked taillight. She had a crack in her taillight. A crack.
And immediately, the defendant stated that she saw the victim. Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts were not able to see the victim and were initially confused by the defendant's statement. Ms. McCabe stated that Ms. Roberts began wiping snow off of the victim as the defendant laid on top of him for warmth and then began CPR. The troopers then proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital to view the victim. They observed approximately 6 bloodied lacerations varying in length on his right arm, the cuts extending from his forearm to his bicep. Both of the victim's eyes were swollen shut and black and blue. They observed a cut to the right eyelid area of the victim. Observed his clothing to be blue jeans, an orange t-shirt, a long sleeve shirt, boxer shorts that were saturated with blood and vomit. They observed 1 black Nike sneaker with a white Nike logo on the sides belonging to the victim. On the 31st, the troopers attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
The troopers. Now, the only troopers that he's mentioned so far are Proctor and Buchanan. So, by the properties of the English language and what it means to substitute a noun for a pronoun, the troopers would be referring to Proctor and Buchanan. You don't know about this, but there was a picture during the trial and the retrial where there was a guy who looked so much like Proctor at the autopsy, and then they stood there and told us that it was a guy named Watson, and apparently it actually was because Watson's in all the reports, but that broke my brain too. I think I have PTSD from all of this.
The doctor on the autopsy, Dr. Scorty Below, advised of several abrasions to the right forearm, 2 swollen black eyes, a small cut above the right eye, a cut to the left side of his nose, approximately 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, multiple skull fractures that resulted in bleeding, and further advised that the victim's pancreas was a dark red color, indicating that hypothermia was a contributing factor to his.
Actually, we learned that it was a bright red color because of something called Wisniewski spots, which happened because he was getting CPR with like a CPR machine instead of a person doing it, and because of the way that the compressions in your body is, and also if you're a drinker, I don't even know. Bob Alessi taught it to me.
What? Hold on, where's the CPR machine coming in? I didn't even know they had such a thing.
What was that machine called, you guys? It was like a person's name, something machine that's a person's name.
Conducted several other interviews, including Ms. Roberts. During the course of Ms. Roberts' interview, she indicated that she was initially contacted by the defendant, Ms. Reed, at 5 a.m., that she answered the phone to hear the defendant state, "John's dead. Carrie, I wonder if he's dead. It's snowing. He got hit by a plow." The troopers also on the 29th proceeded to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, Massachusetts, where they located the involved vehicle, which is a 2021 black Lexus SUV. That vehicle was ultimately seized and taken back to the Canton Police Department, where it was processed by various factions of the state police. Their observations of that black SUV indicated a crack in the right rear taillight.
A crack in the right rear taillight. A crack. in the right rear tail
Yeah,
light.
but that doesn't excite me like that much.
At one point, it was a crack in the right rear tail light until they made it more. Meeple Morrissey Skettystain just said, God, he makes me want to do bad things. And I feel like that's one of those sentences that you could read in a lot of different intonations, and it could mean a whole lot of different things. And Boozy is about to actually not survive this arraignment because she said, let's play a drinking game. Take a sip every time Lally says, Please make that a sip of water. Otherwise, we will all be dead.
Did speak with the defendant. She indicated that she had met with the victim at the C.F. McCarthy's bar in Canton at approximately 9 p.m. on the 29th.
Those are bad things.
Prior to her arrival. She stated the victim was consuming beer and she was drinking vodka sodas. She described the glassware she was drinking out of as a vase style. She stated she and the victim left CF.
A vase style. That's important. That comes up a whole bunch. Some stupid reason.
McCarthy's and went to the waterfall. That she did not. She indicated to the troopers that she did not leave CF McCarthy's or enter the waterfall bar with a glass or drink. She stated that she and the victim were at the waterfall for approximately 1 hour. During that time, there were no altercations and no injuries, no cuts or abrasions that occurred with the victim. She indicated that they left the waterfall and were invited to the house on Fairview Road. She stated that she dropped the victim at the house on Fairview and went home since she was having stomach issues at the previous bar. She stated that she dropped the victim off. She made a 3-point turn in the street and left. Did not see the.
She never stated that. They made that up because their original theory was that John died by 3-point turn.
Victim enter the house. She indicated that she first observed broken taillight in the morning and did not know how she broke it the previous evening.
She did say that?
She indicated that she discovered the victim in the morning. She observed him lying face.
No. They're making all of this up.
So they just said that Karen said that she discovered the broken taillight and didn't know how it got broken?
Yes.
And she didn't say that?
No. They also say that she said that she broke it the evening.
When you're messing with me, I caught you messing with me again. This didn't happen. That's not true.
Okay,
That's
wait.
not true.
Don't know how she.
Hold on.
She stated
Listen
that
to
she
that part
dropped the
again.
victim off. She made a 3-point turn in the street and left. Did not see the victim enter the house. She indicated that she first observed broken taillight in the morning and did not know how she broke it the previous evening.
And did not know how she broke it the previous evening. No, she did not say that. I think she did say, I have a broken taillight. I don't know how I broke it or something like that. Which does not mean that she hit John. It just means that she was still drunk in the morning when she pulled out of the driveway. And now she's also in a panic because John didn't come home. Even so, Amelia just said, where are they getting this from? If it's from the House defendants, how did they know there was a 3-point turn? Even Jen McCabe didn't say that there was a 3-point turn. He literally 5 minutes earlier in this soliloquy just said Jen McCabe saw the car pull away at 12:45, not do a 3-point turn at 12:45. So we're already in two different timelines and two different series of events in this one statement. Freedom fighters.
3-point turn? Have we ever made a map of that? A 3-point turn.
So
I don't know why. It doesn't matter, but it seems like it's like you pull into a driveway, you back up, and you go. I mean, I've done that.
She didn't pull in the driveway, so she pulled up parallel to the house, and then pulled up a little more because another car came behind her. That Ricky D'Antano. I don't even know if we've talked about him. And then they were watching her out the window. And she slowly pulled away and was kind of hoping that John was going to come outside. She was like, what the hell is he doing? And then she was like, well, screw this. I'm leaving. If he doesn't want me here and they don't want me here, I'm going home. And she drove kind of slowly away. They clearly were watching her from the window. And then she left and went home, and she just assumed that like he was going to call her on the drive home and be like, "Hey, where are you? Like, I just came outside to come get you and you were gone." She was going to like turn around and go back. She was kind of just like being a stubborn girlfriend and making a point, and they had been fighting, like not fight, like arguing. And she was
Wait a
like, "Well,
second.
this is stupid."
So, they get there and he says, "Let me go in and see if it's okay for you to come in."
No, so she
I
didn't
remember
really
that.
want to go. Like she
Okay.
was like,
Yeah, I remember
no, like,
the footage from the waterfall and like, "Oh, you gotta come over."
and so
It's
I
a
just
blizzard
read
party.
she did an interview with this journalist Gretchen Voss, and she talked about this a little bit during that interview. And she basically said, we never really stayed out this late ever, especially like if we had something to do the next day with the kids or whatever. But there was this big snowstorm coming, so we thought that their sports were going to be canceled for the next day. And John was kind of like wanting to make a good impression on Brian Albert, and was like, "Well, we'll go over." And Karen was like, "Okay, fine." So she didn't really want to, but she was like, "Okay, I will." And then she said when they pulled up at the house, they saw like it didn't look like a party. Like it just looked like they were like pulling up at like I think in Karen's mind, she thought that like the party ended up between the bar and the house. Like people were like, "Actually, I'm just going to go home." Like she didn't want to just walk in and have them be like getting ready for bed and have them be like, "Oh, like we canceled the after party or whatever." So she was like, "Can you just go see if we're like actually invited?" So he went in, and then she was expecting him to like poke his head back out the front door and be like, "Karen, like, come on, like they said, come in," or like to text her or something. And then he just like never came back. And so then in her mind, because they had been like kind of arguing that day, like she was like, "Well, like if he doesn't want me here, I'm not gonna like sit here and stay and wait for like it looks like a dumbass, like just like an Uber sitting out here." She was like, "I'm gonna go home." And she did. And then when she woke up in the morning at 4:30 in the morning and he still wasn't home, then she was like, "Oh my God, something like actually bad happened to him, because there's no way that he wouldn't have come home."
Which she couldn't get a hold of it, right?
Right. But even like her initial reaction from like the minute she opened her eyes was like, "Oh my God, he didn't come home. Like something is terribly wrong."
Morning, she
Okay,
observed
Could you
the
back to
imagine like
legs,
the
eyes
kids
swollen.
waking up and like your uncle's girlfriend is there, but he's not there?
well, she like basically lived with them.
It seems weird.
Blood
Sorry.
coming from his nose and mouth, and that she provided mouth to mouth upon her arrival. Further indicated that throughout the night she'd been calling and texting the victim numerous times with no response. Officers also interviewed several first responders, including a firefighter paramedic from the town of Canton. Indicated that she arrived on scene, observed the victim's condition, went to speak to the defendant in regard to any sort of prior medical issues or causality of the injuries that she observed to his face, to which the defendant then made several statements to her, indicating, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." As I mentioned, the black Lexus SUV was seized. There were fragments of broken glass that were observed on the rear bump of the vehicle. The rear right passenger side taillight was shattered, pieces missing from the red and clear areas. On the right side of the rear tailgate, a deep scratch and minor dent was observed. On the right side of the rear bumper, above a small red light, 2 scratches were observed in one area where paint was chipped off. Troopers from the collision analysis and reconstruction section of the state police performed several tests on the vehicle, including a rapid acceleration forward and reverse, noting that there was no deficiencies with the braking system. They also
Just to be clear about that, because we're not going to watch his testimony today because I just can't. Trooper Paul did a test where he hooked up this machine to the like engine that basically like you can preset it to test different things. So you can preset the like machine to not allow the car to go over like 10 miles per hour. So then you can see like what it does if you're going 10 miles an hour. He set the test first at 10 miles per hour, then at 15 miles an hour, and then at 25 miles per hour. So when they say 24.2 miles per hour in reverse, he did that exact test in the Canton driveway. Just FYI.
Implemented the use of a
My
training
brain's
system,
hurting.
a human approximately 6 feet
I
in
know.
height that was placed behind
We're
this
going to have a
Lexus.
fervent break right
It
after
was
this to
operated
wake
by
up.
members of the CARS unit and documented with video. The vehicle was placed in reverse and started to travel towards said training figure. The rear view camera on the vehicle was operating properly, providing a 180-degree visual. And as the Lexus traveled closer to the figure, both auditory and visual cues began to sound off within the vehicle, indicating an obstruction to the rear. In addition, on the 29th, the Massachusetts Special Emergency Response Team, or CERT.
When he just said that, how much do you want to bet that it has automatic braking and it couldn't even hit that thing that he was just describing that it notices? Like, so my car, if there's something behind, like if somebody walks behind my car when I'm backing up,
Yeah.
my car automatically brakes. It's like actually so annoying sometimes because I'm like, you need to chill out. I wasn't going anyways. And my car's
Yeah.
like very finicky. Like if there's like a car coming like down the street, my car will automatically, like I couldn't hit that car if I wanted to. And I bet you that they noticed that too during the CARS test. And I promise you it's almost done. It looks like it's this long, but it's not. It's only like to here.
What year it was her Lexus? 20. I mean, it was new.
She only
wasn't
had 12,000 miles on it. It was
it? So
brand
say a
new.
year old.
Yeah,
And this happened in 23.
2022, January 2022. So it's probably, well, cars are weird. You know how like it will be like the new line of cars, like the 2022 Lexuses
Yeah.
come out in like July of 2021. Like, why do they
Yeah.
do that? It's so
Fiscal
annoying.
years.
It's annoying to try to remember because I'll be like, okay, I got my car in 2020, but it's like a 2021 somehow.
Yeah, you can literally have two cars that were built in the same year. And they're
Yeah.
different year cars. And they're both brand new.
Standing on the street, looking to the left of the property, there was a fire hydrant located there. In that area, they located a black Nike sneaker with the white Nike logo along the side, matching that found on the victim's body. In the area of the street where the victim was recovered. In addition, in that same area, they located two red plastic pieces of a taillight consistent.
Two red plastic pieces of taillight. At that point, they have found two little pieces of taillight, little ones too, little
missing
teeny tiny
pieces from Miss
crumbs.
Reed's black Lexus SUV, as well as one piece of clear plastic piece of a taillight located in the same area, also consistent with the broken tail
The diffuser. They found the diffuser.
light on the Lexus SUV. Your Honor, with the nature and circumstances of those facts, as well as the potential penalty the defendant faces on these charges, the Commonwealth is requesting that the court set a $50,000 cash bail with the conditions as outlined previously.
Thank you, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
And then Yannetti talks. We're not going to watch that right now. Okay. We're going to do a fervent break. To wake up after that, we don't have to watch Lally anymore ever again in our lives. But that was our only option. So that we can process that.
It hurts. I mean, we've gone over this before, and I don't know. It's every time it hurts, and that's not good. So why does it make my brain hurt? Because it doesn't make sense. I guess I don't know. I mean, I never thought about why do I feel this way? And it's
Because
just
you're
that it
getting
doesn't
it.
pass the smell test. It doesn't pass the smell test.
This is what they found. Notice not down to the pavement at all. So somehow they found Mount Taillight over here. That's a snowbank. So at the top of the snowbank on Mount Taillight is that little teeny tiny piece of taillight. There it is on top of Mount Snowbank. V wants to know what's the thing that bugs you the most about the case. Not
Which
just in
part?
general.
Hold on. Are we talking about just now?
Anything out of anything. Because you're right. Like if you're feeling like that, like it's because you're starting to get it. None of this is okay.
I mean, I'll tell you, V. It's everybody is it's us, it's YouTube. It's YouTube that bothers me. Because we all get into this, right? And we get our brains wrapped in it
No,
around
but
it.
not
And
that's too meta. Hold on, you have to stop for a sec. What about the case?
why
Not
did you
about
say
us.
Meta? I'm not Facebook. I don't even have Facebook. I don't even have the
Because
Meta Quest, which would be really cool if you've
that's
ever
like
played those games on that.
what is it about the what is it about the investigation? What is it about the case? So it's not like us talking about the case is what no.
Well, that's
Like
the
what
point
is
I
the
was
part that
getting
like
to.
breaks your brain?
Where's the probable cause at the beginning? I mean, it's just that's what you have to. It's like we go everything. It's like there's always like the people that are that she's guilty. They'll say something that happened at the end of the trial or something like that. It doesn't matter. Why did she get arrested? What created the probable cause? And that's the thing that bothers me is that we get distracted from the issue at point. This is basic criminology. It's basic. It's our basic justice system, and I'm the biggest perpetuator of it there is, because I'm like, oh my gosh, really? Like they tried to pass that. I'm like, it doesn't even matter. I mean, it doesn't matter. Any of this stuff goes for how did you get the probable cause to arrest Karen Reed for the murder of John O'Keefe? And that's the whole thing right there. And so you get past that hurdle and you have it. I mean, then we can go to the next hurdle, but it's not some weird thing we've got to go through. I mean, ultimately, I don't think how many times you go up and down stairs matters. I don't think Aruba matters. I mean, none of that. Like, how did he get in the snow? That's what matters. What
Right.
was the injury?
And they arrested Karen before they even asked that question, let alone found the answer. Also, this is for one thing that breaks my brain is look at this picture. So this is a piece of the taillight that they found.
Mhm.
Number one, for them to even look at that and know that that's from the taillight, like they don't know that that's what her diffuser looks like inside the taillight. Like if you were looking for broken taillight, you would be looking for red, correct? Right. Yeah. But somehow they know that this is from her taillight.
You'd
And
be
not
looking
only
yellow
that,
too, wouldn't you? Wouldn't be parking lights underneath there.
yeah, well,
You were
I
parked in
wouldn't
a
be looking
car.
for a clear piece of glass anyway. But either way, and it's not even glass. I know now, but okay. They look at the scene of like where this is where they're shoveling. They've been there for 10 minutes.
Is that the search
And then they
scene?
find yes.
That makes sense.
And
Now I
then
can see
they
their lines. Sorry. I was trying to draw on my screen.
and then they find this. 10 minutes in the blizzard conditions.
Why did you say that now you know it's not a piece of glass? Why is that a thing for you?
Because it's what do you call
It's
it?
PVC or whatever, polycarbonate.
No, it's polycarbonate, yeah. But somehow they knew that on top of the snow, not down at the ground level like it would be if it had actually happened when they said it did. Yeah, there. Oh, wow. Oh my God, look at that just hanging out on top of the snow for some weird reason. Oh my God, more taillight. That's crazy.
So when you said that they
Um,
got the taillight all back together, and that's the thing where I like to see it because in my mind, I think that I think of like a broken, like the baseball. You ever been to a baseball game? You know what those are?
mhm.
Like, it's like a little league game, like you hit the baseball and you have foul ball or
Just
something,
ask if
hit
I know what
somebody's
a
windshield.
mhm.
Do what? I was just
No,
gonna say
uh,
there's a very specific, crack. And I
yeah.
just seemed like there would be a specific crack you would see. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm not a taillight expert.
I mean, if you
I'm
hit a
just
person with your car is gonna be dented. Like, it's gonna be less about, like, the broken taillight and more like broken, like, rear passenger window and, like, hard enough to kill them. None of it makes it, but, "Oh, it's just a clipping." This is what they love to do. They love to either say, um, "Well, no, it was because, like, John was only clipped, he didn't get hit, but also he died, so"
how do you die from a clip?
when
Maybe
you're
he jumped in
lying.
front of the car. Remember when I said that? I mean, it's just we don't have an investigation that can tell us that it didn't happen. I know it sounds absurd. I know it sounds absurd, but it's the absurdity. It's the devil's in the details.
No, he didn't jump in front of the car because a car never hit him. When you get hit by a
Well-
car, there's like an impact injury. He didn't have.
You didn't have to answer that question, though, right? Because it didn't hit him. There wasn't an investigation into that. They
Well, now
didn't
at
have to
this-
defend.
Well, okay, so just to be clear, just because Procter and Buchanan didn't do an investigation doesn't mean that now there hasn't been an investigation, because Karen's team also investigated the same question. And ARCA and Adam Deitch and his buddies at the feds, they did investigate this question. And the question that they investigated was, did this Lexus get damaged by hitting a person? And did this person get killed by hitting this Lexus? And the answer to both of those questions was no. And they have evidence now, like that was investigated. Hi, Sam. Sam wants to know, did I show you the ARCA experiments? Yes. But now we're circling back because we didn't retain all of the information that we were meant
Wait, is
to.
this that one chick?
Yes.
The psychology chick?
Yes.
Hey, how you doing? There's a lot of psychology questions I'd have. Not for me, because I know I'm certified. Like certifiable. No,
We're
but there's
gonna
a lot. You
have-
do a good job on this, and there's a lot of things I find out.
She's so good.
About your
Literally. So I like look forward anytime I get a notification that's like a new Sam video. I'm like, drop everything. Okay.
It's great. I'd love to.
We are going to have a fervent break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to watch Zach Clark. And while what question did you just ask that I wanted to answer while this was playing?
I asked a question. That wasn't me.
Yeah,
That was that guy back.
you just asked something that I wanted to answer. What did you just say you wanted to say?
Is this a psychology chick? Is that what?
No,
Oh wait,
before
did
that.
she say?
Before that. Okay. We're gonna have a fervent break. I'm gonna figure out what I just wanted to show you. And okay, we're gonna play Brady List for Queen of Hearts Chanel, even though I just picked out 3 that really related to what we were doing. I was like really staying on track.
Stay on track. Stay on track. You guys stay on track. You're not allowed to move.
Well, now we can just have 4 songs. Okay. See you in a minute.
All right, bye.
We believe that we can unlock an iPhone with our ass. We believe that medical science is a bunch of crap. We believe that Sir Isaac Newton doesn't know shit about physics. We believe that Celebrite sometimes makes up timestamps but still is the best in the business. We believe that it is acceptable to rehome your family pet of 7 years. We believe that when we are harassed, that's the only time we shed real tears. We believe that we love John O'Keefe, but our group chat showed no compassion. We believe that sometimes you slip on ice and land on your knuckles. Don't you hate when that happens? We believe in providing law enforcement with specific text strings that make us look good and then destroying the ever-loving shit out of our phones. I'm not done. And then taking that destroyed phone and dumping it on a military base. Totally normal. We believe in manipulating people when they are most vulnerable. We believe we have to tell each other what to say to Channel 4, even though it's supposedly the truth. We believe that you're dumb enough to believe that John's injuries came from an SUV. We believe that if we put a billboard up, we can shift the narrative and point the finger back at the woman who was acquitted twice. We believe in disgracing the memory of a law enforcement officer and turning his tragic death into the biggest spectacle. Now shut up, look the other way, and give us money! Sin busting taillight in the cannon Sally port. Drinking out of solo cups up in the Sally port. Reviewing grainy footage up in the Sally port. Keep my shopping bags up in the Sally port. Pauly G said they hold liquid terrifically. There must be a reason he makes 300 G's. Said it would be over if she just copped the plea. Now it's a whole episode and we're on season 3. Yeah, we're talking Karen Reed, and even though she's free, she can't get rid of these goddamn O'Keefes. Cause how can Paul get laid if there ain't a trial 3? We be busting taillight in the cannon Sally port. Drinking out of solo cups up in the Sally port. Reviewing grainy footage up in the Sally port. Keep my shopping bags up in the Sally port. Organics dancing drunk, getting lit to Creed. Tully's still in Cali, interviewing Natalie. Proctor's lost his job, calling up Morrissey. Wonder when and what went wrong with his auto delete. Hey Proctor, I got a question for you. Who's the whack job cutting out? Now get your leaky balloon out in the unemployment line. We be busting taillight in the cannon Sally port. Drinking out of solo cups up in the Sally port. Reviewing grainy footage up in the Sally port. Keep my shopping bags up in the Sally port.
McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. We got you right where we want you. We're gonna threaten you with defamation lawsuits. Got Alan Damon shaking in their boots. They scared they bit off more than they can chew. Hold on, wait a minute, what does that say? 23 pages in and I'm only halfway. How the hell did they call our bluff? We thought our empty threats would scare them off. Now they're out here calling us the House defendants. How the hell do we even contest this? Guess Karen really wants her vengeance. Oh shit. Now we're known as the House Defendants. House Defendants. We the House Defendants. It's not pleasant to be a House Defendant. Iggy getting tipsy off that Jameson and ginger. Never thought that I would be a penny pincher. The sweet whacker got me down to my last dollar. I still think she wants this decorated dude. I should call her. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. Now they're out here calling us the House Defendants. How the hell do we even contest this? Guess Karen really wants her vengeance. Oh shit. Now we're known as the House Defendants. House Defendants. We the House Defendants. House Defendants. We are House Defendants.
Okay, I'm saving Brady list. That just means we need a second fervent break later because I want now. Hello. Can I tell you something cute first? I can always tell when my dog is trying to find like a cozy place to sleep when our bathroom rug is all like scrunched up. And I just went in there and the bathroom rug is all like, like, oh, you were looking for a cozy spot.
I love when dogs do that. It's like they're making a bed, of course, on
Yeah.
on the bed. But yeah, I love that. I absolutely do.
Isn't
Brown
that the
dog does that.
there's something so cute about it. Okay, this is what I remembered what I wanted to show you. You were asking about the taillight being reassembled. This is Ash Valier. Ash Valier put all the taillight pieces back together. 2 layers of it. She's amazing. She should sue Procter and Buchanan in her own separate lawsuit for emotional damages because that seems like a nightmare. But yeah, she put the whole thing back together. I mean, the good thing was each little batch of taillight that they hold on one sec. Each little batch of taillight that they gave her, they're so stupid that they like they kept giving pieces.
Pull it back up. Oh, sorry. Oh, it is it.
Well, it's right here.
Well, my question is, I was going to ask you. So where do you see the impact? I know it didn't happen, but
where do I see?
Yeah,
I can answer
like
that for
that
you.
was
I
my
need to
thing.
go.
Is like what you so like. Do you see an impact thing? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it would look like. I'm not like Steve said. I'm not a taillight
To
expert.
answer that question for you, I need to go to my friend Boozy Beauty's Twitter page because
Was that out there?
I will explain it to you in 1 second. Where is your tweet about
So weird.
This wasn't exactly the one I was looking for, but it does the trick. This is one example of purposeful damage to Karen Reed's taillight. On the left is a small piece of diffuser that broke into 3 pieces that was then taped together by the MSP Crime Lab. On the right is the same taped piece, but then placed back in the housing. As you can see, there are scratches to the outer housing of the taillight that lays next to this diffuser piece. However, that damage does not extend to the outer portion of the diffuser. You'll notice that there are no scratches to the external portion of this diffuser, which one would see if something hit it from the outside. Instead, the scratches are on the interior of the diffuser. This means that something scratched the outer housing of the taillight, went behind the diffuser to scratch the interior, and subsequently pop it out. Someone's hand or arm breaking the taillight would not do that. A drinking glass, solid or broken, would not do that. That is purposeful movement of someone using a tool to break off the diffuser. And this is only one example on the taillight out of many that I have found.
Now, where are the scratches she's talking about?
See
For
those
the
pry
greenhouse one?
marks that line up exactly to the outer housing of the taillight?
That was the glass, I'm sure.
What?
That was the glass he was holding, I'm sure.
Shut up. You're so annoying.
I know. Oh, wait a second. You know what? I mean, where did that go? I have a crowbar right here. That's what I was
Now,
thinking of.
this is what we're going to look at now. This is when I was saying I need your help. So, just to go back to the timeline for a second. I did the thing again where I got overwhelmed by having too many windows open, and then I closed all the windows, even the ones I needed.
I love that you said overwhelmed. Like that's the word I've been looking for. I didn't realize it till then. because that happens while you stream. For those of you that don't stream.
Okay, so this date, this big important day right here, February 1st.
Mhm.
That's when Maureen Hartnett did all the things where she was swabbing the whole car. That is when Trooper Paul came and drove Karen's car all crazy. And then Zach Clark came to photograph the whole thing. We're going to watch Zach Clark's testimony, and then we're going to look at the pictures he took. And I have some thoughts I want to share and some questions I want to ask.
So this is, what's the date on this? This is February
This is February 1st.
1st, and she's arraigned the next day.
No, she's arraigned later this day. So
okay.
Zach Clark is here at 9 a.m. and sorry, she's arraigned the next day. She's arrested later this evening. So this is all happening at like 9 a.m. at Canton PD, even though, once again, in the wise words of Sean Good, Canton has already been recruised. But somehow they are the home of where everybody's meeting. Actually, I'm going to do it this way. Hold on.
So Proctor, he's Massachusetts State. Who else? The railroad guy, he was too.
So the retro guy, Trooper Paul, is the accident reconstructionist for the Massachusetts State Police. Okay.
He's like, what how many do they have? Just him? Right?
I assume they have a team. I don't know. They in his justice for Trooper Paul, as always, because in his defense, they gave him an impossible question. It would be like if somebody handed you the pieces to a clock and then they were like, put this car back together. Like, it's just not possible. Actually, wait, I'm not going to do it this way because then I can't see the time. That's not right.
She looks like a public defender, and that's sad that you can't do that. I think that's a look. That's what's sad, is that I think that's a look.
Okay. I wrote down timestamps and everything. 4:50. So we're just skipping over like how long he's worked there and blah blah blah. The vibe I get, I'll give you a little spoiler. I get the vibe that this man wants no part of any of this, but I'm curious what you think.
The crime scene service
John
is
Cena.
organized by crime labs. Maynard.
What?
He looks like John Cena without the steroids.
Encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe to the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being?
Okay, Darth Vader just said every time you move your cursor, I feel like I'm being hacked. I know, I'm so sorry. It is so annoying that I can't like do anything on my computer while this is open, but I'm trying to reorganize the windows, but I promise I just finished, so I won't do that anymore. The forensic scientist was Maureen Hartnett, I think is who he's referring to. So he's there to document the vehicle. Actually, while I have it paused, let me just switch over to this for 1 second just to show you what he was doing. So he's another one that it's like he was there really doing his job. So these ones are redacted, still not entirely sure why. But look at him. He took a picture of the search warrant. He's taking all these pictures of the car. I think this one is hilarious. Hold on. We need to rotate because who is Proctor texting and how much is Zach Clark shading him by putting this into the report where he's just like on his phone over here with the party boys. Okay. So
when you showed me the way the car is returned to her, it just makes me so sad for this car. The car didn't do anything wrong.
No, neither did the
There's
driver.
a murder car back there behind it.
Now, something I do need to point out is that at no point did they put up crime scene tape on the yard at 34 Fairview. However, they did put crime scene tape up in the Sallyport. Where do you put crime scene tape? At the crime scene. Crime scene. Crime scene.
Well, there's that dummy Larry or whatever. Was he being used as a tape holder?
Rescue Randy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So but look, he's there. He's taking all the pictures of the car, pictures of the car, pictures of the car. He's photographing the whole car. He's there doing his
But there's
job.
no taillights all together.
This is what the taillight looked like at that time.
Okay.
Also, something I find very, very interesting. Okay, so just to be clear, so this is happening. Oh my God, I actually just realized this. So this is happening. He's there at like 9 a.m.
This is the best picture I've seen this whole thing.
And then Trooper Paul does his cars test on the same day, like right now. So like Trooper Paul's getting there at the same time. By the time Trooper Paul does his cars test, they've removed the entire housing. So the taillight doesn't even look like this by the time Trooper Paul does his reversing test. They didn't need to remove the housing before the cars test. So that's the one time that we see him reversing. We see him put on the brakes. We would know what the taillight would have looked like in terms of how much red, whatever. Instead of them allowing for that, they removed the entire housing and then did the test, which means all in this one little window of time. They photographed it, then took it out, then tested the car. No, they removed the entire taillight housing before they did the test. And yes, he is probably texting his sister, Proctor. But yeah, so we have here's the whole car. There's Karen's Dunkin' Donuts. There's her mask. There's her box. There's her just living her life, regular stuff. Tennis ball, snow thingy dingy. He's there doing his job. He's photographing everything.
I'll stop right there.
Now.
Go back. Can you go back to? Is that the tailgate's up?
Yeah, the trunk is open.
That's how you. Where's Boozy at? Boozy, that's how you get to
Missy,
the.
what's your vibe of him though? What do we think about him? Because he was also at Collins was at Collins' interview. I don't even know if I believe that. Okay, so that's the car. I'm going to go back to his testimony now because then his day takes a weird turn, I think. There's some paint. Unclear how. This is the glass on the bumper that they think somehow there's a hair on the bumper and a little tiny. This is how they think they're going to prove the entire thing. Is that
And
little
the
tiny
glass
piece
is
of
supposed to
glass.
be from the waterfall?
No, it doesn't match that glass. It actually doesn't match anything. That's a story for another day. So this is with the trunk up. There's the really, really well collected evidence. Like, what was going on in his head in this moment?
Oh, that's a good idea. We don't have any evidence bags here because we don't have any crimes.
Okay, now that's the scene. So we're going to get to that in a second. So he's going to tell us about the next part of his day. Let's switch back over to this. Remove, add, remove, stop screen, start screen. Nope, not that.
That was
Jump scare, sorry.
It was a
Share
jump scare.
screen. Okay. Back to this. So he first was at Canton PD, but again was already recused. Could you hear that?
He got
Hold on.
recused? Or no, Can't PD it was.
Can you hear that?
It's not playing.
No, but when it was, could you hear it?
No.
I don't know if I pressed the audio thing. I couldn't remember.
Okay. You look for the audio thing. I got something right here I got to reach for. Did it sound weird? It felt weird.
I began by, he asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place.
Also, can I just pause for 1 second and talk about how awkward he just got when he said prior to being manipulated? I mean, moved.
Proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the
Seats, infotainment center, data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior.
Prior to any manipulation, movement.
And its contents.
I mean, technically it is manipulation to move anything, but it does sound bad.
What'd you say?
I mean, technically it is manipulation. I mean, that's a correct word you could use. But I mean, it sounds bad. So
Also,
he heard it when he
was it really prior to any manipulation, or was it already manipulated?
How were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, What kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
Also, can we just talk about the question Lally just asked? What tools do you use to photograph?
Main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear
Oh my goodness. He uses the camera to take pictures. Okay.
protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask, typically. Often a scale, so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape replaced on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned
I want to know to the camera, though.
crime lab was present there as well.
What?
I want to know about the camera. I mean, is it a cell phone camera? Is it like
It's a
digital
camera.
cameras have software on them,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what makes the picture.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to know all that stuff.
Yeah. They actually have a document somewhere where they talk about what it's like, the type of what was used to take each picture. That he's not as important because he actually did take pictures, and
Yeah.
we're going to see in a second how we're glad that he did a thorough job.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human.
He's going to explain fingerprints in a really long-winded way. We're going to skip ahead a little.
And are conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
He's still going.
Just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would
We're still talking about fingerprints.
Passenger compartment into polished metal. Dash surfaces are better.
I have a timestamp, 11:50.
Impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the
Still talking about fingerprints.
Vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Okay, this part.
To a known, yes, and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snow banks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
Okay, we're going to get back to that, his testimony in just a second, but I want to skip over now to his photographs that he took because I find these incredibly interesting. And here's why. He went to the scene by himself. So he's here all alone. And he is not there to look for evidence. He's just there to photograph.
Mm.
Okay, so let's take a look at his photographs. And he did a great job. Zach Clark, I feel like I want to trust you, but I'm not very trusting of you because of your friends. Okay. So here we are back at 34 Fairview. And there are a few things I want to point out. Number one, in 2 days, they will find an additional like 10 pieces of taillight in this area right here. So all right here, this snow that they started to clear away, that's going to be the first part of the lawn that reveals the taillight. So in 2 days, they're going to find a whole bunch of taillight right here, which is interesting because I don't see any. In 2 days, they're going to find John's hat right here. So that spot right here in front of this bush, they're going to find John's hat right there. In 2 days, they're going to find a straw right here.
That's
And we're going to see those in a couple minutes. So these are all the pictures he took of the scene. Okay, so while he's there, I at the beginning, nobody's home. No car in the driveway. At some point, somebody gets home.
Yeah, we like to see the timestamp on that, on these pictures.
Not that they provided, but somebody gets home
Yeah,
at
but,
some
like-
point, which I also find interesting because they come back here at 5:40 that evening to interview Nicole Albert. But like they're already there. Whatever. Okay. So, oh no, wait, that's the next. Sorry, that doesn't happen this day. That happens February 3rd, the day that breaks my brain. So here, this one. They're going to find 10 plus pieces of taillight right here in this area right here.
And that's where the snow blowers were and everything.
The leaf blowers. Yes.
Sorry. Well, if you're blowing snow, it's a snow blower.
But it's different because a snowblower would actually make more
That's
sense
right,
why
yeah.
the taillight would end up somewhere that it didn't start at. Yeah,
I've
so
never
this
seen a
over
snow
here,
blower, so I don't know.
there's going to be taillight all right here. We're going to see in a little bit. There's good. So this is where John's hat is going to be. Right here. Taillight's going to be all up and down in here. Red taillight, all up and down there.
Okay, so I think
They're going to be all taillight.
I just realized something I've never brought up. So, like when I was like a leaf blower, snow blower, what's the difference? And you correct me. I was like, oh yeah, I there's that thing. I've never seen one though, and it makes me realize that how different our experiences, how they form our opinion on things. I am not experienced with snow like you are.
Mm-hmm.
So when you are like I'm kind of sitting here going, I don't know. I don't know if there could be a hat there. I don't know because like to me
You don't like
that
know
looks
how
like a
snow
nightmare.
behaves.
Yeah,
No,
that's
it's
it.
like
I don't know how snow behaves. To me, that just looks like a nightmare. I'm not going outside.
so a snowblower. Just to be clear, let's do this. A snowblower
I
takes
mean, I
the
know they are. I've watched.
snow.
There's a guy has like a little radio controlled car that he does his driveway with. I've watched a lot of those.
So then but I feel like that's why this is important to like differentiate because a snowblower would make sense why you'd be like, oh, well, like this snow started here, but then ended up way over there. And also in the process of that happening, it blew all this taillight onto the yard or whatever. That's not what happened here. I can't pull up that picture. It's too annoying. But okay, so this is all. It's like I guess.
Don't pull it up. Don't pull it up. I want to make sure I heard you right.
Okay, wait here. Stop screen, share screen, this screen, that screen. So see, like while he's pushing this snowblower, the snow is going like all the way over here.
That's a lot of snow.
None of these photos have timestamps that I'm aware of, but it's also possible they're like in another report or something.
That's again upside down wood chipper.
Yeah, sure. Something.
So
I
if they
have no
had a
familiar-
snowblower and John was in the grass, he would.
Basically, what you need to know is that if there were taillight pieces actually littered all over here, you would see at least one of them like poking out a little. Like you would see something.
Yeah.
Like snow is not an invisibility cloak. Also, like when there's an object, like something like a hat, like the way that the wind, it's not, you would see it. And
See, that's so weird. Like like your explanation is like you would see it, like you understand it. It's a very set. It's a mindset. Like you understand everything about it. I just now realized I have no idea. Like it's a very different. This is a cultural crossroads.
like you might, but also something to keep in mind is that these are all New Englanders that are investigating too. So they also know how snow behaves. Like maybe
I'm just talking about like in my end, 'cause there's a lot of people that were watching this and they like, I don't know. There's a lot of weird conspiracies about it.
Well, also they almost conducted this like investigation as if they were presenting it to people that don't live around here because when they talk about the snow melting and they're like, oh yeah, like February 18th was when they found the last piece of taillight quote, the last piece of taillight on the yard. The snow had melted and fallen and melted and fallen again 3 times up till then. Like
So you had 3 snowstorms?
yes. One snowstorm and 2 like light snows. And then we had 2 60-degree days in between when the snow is fully melted. You're going to see, we're going to get to February 3rd, the day that breaks my brain. And you're going to see how much the snow has already melted by then. I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit. I forget. He talks about something. Hold on.
And
Canton PD.
why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would.
Okay, so then he takes more pictures. That's that. Oh yeah, and then the only photos that Lally chooses to show the jury are 3 random pictures from inside the car. So he shows this. He doesn't show any of those scene pictures that I just did.
That's the Lexus, right?
Yeah. Zach
I
Clark
love
goes
how it has
back
an analog clock.
Yeah, he goes back to Canton PD, and these are the pictures that he chooses to show. That's it.
Why that one? I mean, what?
They found the shoe during the search. They found his hat on February 3rd. Okay. So he didn't show any. So Zach Clark's going on and on about how he took all these great pictures, which he did, and I'm happy that he did. And the jury
What's
doesn't
he
see
showing
any
there
of
in
them.
evidence? What's the evidence of that? Is this
Um,
the picture you took inside of the dash?
Yeah, you want to hear?
Nice.
It's very boring.
Depicted in each of those 3 photographs. In general.
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I almost seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right, but I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC.
Okay. Sorry, they're too boring.
And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Okay, there's one part of Yanetti's I wanted to.
Fingerprints.
Yes, he was.
And
Fingerprints.
you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
Wait,
At the time
hold on a
of
second.
that,
Go back to the dash picture, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
That last one, right there. Okay, no, what you just had, the other picture. Yeah, right there, a little bit.
This
Okay,
one?
see right there? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, where is the car right now? When it's turned on?
This is in the, so when the way that the layout of the Canton PD is, it's like it looks like a house. It's like a box.
Yeah.
And on the
but
left
this-
side, there's like a long driveway
Okay.
that then leads into a back parking lot. And you like kind of do a U to get into the Sally Port. This is the driveway, like facing from the Sally Port out to the road.
Out to the road. So, do you see the dash right there on the camera that's on the left side?
Mhm.
Like the cars, the image they're showing you, the monitor.
Mm-hmm.
So it has 2 lines. Because I haven't been in this Lexus. I've never seen what the dash looks like. So it has 2 lines, and so that's where your car is lined up. It's going to go between those 2 lines, and then it has 2 crosses there. And I'm assuming that's to go turn right or turn left. I think it's funny that it has that precise of when you're pulling out or backing up, whatever. It's that precise. And it go back to earlier where you said it has a backup braking system. You're betting.
Mm-hmm.
If it is that precise, I bet you're right. I mean, I've
It
never seen
wouldn't-
it. I've never seen anything like that.
There's no way that she could hit something even if she wanted to. And
key
if
is
she
that-
did,
Mhm.
if she did, it would be the way that she hit John's car, which is very, very slowly when you're already
Mhm.
stopping and your car thinks you're good. And then is like, whoopsies. Mm-hmm.
And then there in the middle where it shows the car, it would have that's like radar, and it'll show like a red thing. But
Mhm.
they said that what did they try her for? Second degree?
Well, so at this point, before her charges are upgraded, it's for manslaughter, vehicular, what did they call it? Hold
It does
on.
not have rear auto brakes.
It was manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, and leaving the scene of a motor vehicle collision causing death.
It was
Does not
it was
agree with
hold on,
that.
it was manslaughter and what else?
Manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, and leaving the scene of a motor vehicle collision causing death.
And what was the
Okay.
second trial? Was it? I just because I
Then
just
they
know
up
that like it's not premeditated. I know that. I thought it was one. It was the, but she was
then they
being tried for
they
murder.
upgraded her charges that so when she didn't plea out and when she was fighting it and when they realized like, oh shoot, this is gonna have to go to trial and we're gonna have to have this whole spectacle, they upped her charges to second-degree murder. And then that's why she had that additional charge. And then her team added OUI in the retrial, and that's the only thing that she was found guilty for. Okay, now we're going to skip ahead. Just one more thing from this guy, and then we're going to hop over to the day that ruins my brain.
I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I was calling Albert. You knew that Albert had told you.
He is at the interview of Colin Albert, supposedly. And so then they fight about that for a little bit.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No.
Supposedly found.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Nitty.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr.
Okay, now we're going to hop over to February 3rd because Evan Brent is now going to come to Canton PD. And basically, he's going to do the same thing that Zach Clark just did. And that's a little weird to me, but okay.
So Zach Clark is Meatball's boyfriend. For future
This
reference.
Meatball, our Meatball? Or
Yeah,
Meatball
I think she said
Morrissey.
something about that. Yeah. Oh boy.
Yep. So now this guy. And okay, so okay, I'm going to keep my thoughts to myself for a second. Let's just watch Evan Brent.
The crime scene services section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere
So he's
between
gonna tell us
I think,
just about
50 and 55
his job.
different municipalities.
Okay.
So
now we're
surprised he
gonna-
doesn't
So
have
were
a
you
German
working with the
accent.
state police crime scene services section?
I was just very surprised he didn't have a German accent.
yeah. Yeah. He seems like he fits in a little. Well, okay. I'm going to keep my thoughts to myself for a second. I got to rewatch this and then.
On February 3rd of 2022.
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Looking for somebody.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place. And then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
As far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were.
Okay, I want to pause there for just a second because this might be confusing. This is the retrial. So this is the second trial. It's confusing because it's Lally, but this was one of like Lally's times to shine. This is when Hank let him talk, which is also probably why a lot of people don't remember, because we were like used to Hank at this point, and then Lally put us all to sleep, and it makes we were like hypnotized. I want to pause him for just a second so that we can look at his pictures now that he took 2 days later after Zach Clark, because I find this interesting. So, number one, you were asking about snow. So keep in mind how much snow there just was. Hold on, I have too much stuff open. Okay, keep in mind how much snow there just was 2 days earlier. And now all that snow that had been like shoveled has already now melted.
The shoveled snow melt faster?
Yeah, so it's like if you think about it, like snow is kind of like a freezer. So like the more, like think about if you put like ice,
it's frozen.
The more ice that you have, like the packed ice at the bottom would stay cold longer. So now this area that they shoveled is now cleared. So we can see where they shoveled more clearly now. And something I find really interesting, did you hear that whole list of people that he said he was there with? So he was there with, so Zach Clark went by himself. They sent him by himself, supposedly. Evan Brent was there with Tully, Yuri, Proctor DeChico, and more. But yes, and now he's using the potato camera where Zach Clark had a real camera. This is Evan Brent. And what I find really interesting is that we don't see anybody else in the pictures, and we don't see any other cars. We're going to see like up and down the streets, and there's no other cars, but there's Tully, Yuri, Proctor DeChico, and more are all supposedly there. Yes, and Curiously Concerned wants to know if now we're going to learn about how the razor-sharp frozen grass would have destroyed Tully's shovel. It's a mystery. Okay.
So he couldn't use the shovel because the grass would have hurt it. So
Yep.
this is the part. Yeah, I've been so good, but like earlier when I said that you guys are messing with me, I've been waiting for the trick this whole time.
Mhm.
Sorry.
So we're back on the potato camera because apparently they're there at like 9:30 and they it's like nighttime, but it's 9:30
Yeah, why are they
a.m.
taking pictures at 9:30 at night with no lighting?
It's 9:30 a.m. It just looks like that because we're on the potato
At
camera again.
9:30
But all of a
a.m.?
sudden, yeah, but so now it's daytime. All of a sudden, this part. Some things get really confusing about these documents too. That, well, I'll show you in a second. So,
Are y'all normally that dark at 9:30 a.m.?
no, daytime. Okay, so now all of a sudden we are like spectacular detectives because we can differentiate between ice and glass. It's really, really impressive. So suddenly they're like, oh my God, look, taillight there. Wow, it's taillight. Okay, wait. So there's some taillight. There's some taillight. And just to be incredibly clear, you see how we can look right here and say, look, there's taillight? There are days between this day and February 18th where more taillight is recovered by the officers, and there are days during this portion of lies where there is no more snow. Like the snow is fully melted. It is all the way
Mhm.
gone. I have pictures, I can prove it. And at no point do Brian Albert or Nicole Albert or a neighbor or anybody walking their dogs or anybody else like looky-loos wanting to know where an accident happened. At no point does anybody else besides officers from the Massachusetts State Police plus Ken Berkowitz, they're the only ones who find taillight. So I can see, look, taillight. This they're going to call taillight. We actually don't know what it is. It kind of looks like it's a takeout container.
rock?
Boozy
Yeah.
Boozy analyzed it. She had an idea of what it was. Taillight. Okay. You guys, buckle up because you're about to see something really impressive. There is like a super, super impressive one that they're going to find. Okay. Hold on.
Super duper.
Yeah, like so they're like all-star detectives. Now, I find it really interesting that they keep photographing right here. I don't know. After the trial and them being really obsessed with this door and Jen McCabe never
Yeah.
knowing that that door existed. It's just interesting to me that they focused a lot on that door. Okay. Now there's the Asian house. Taillight. Now, are you ready? Oh no, this is still easy. Taillight. Right here. This piece right here. Tell me, how did they know that was, they're not picking up the ice. They're not moving the snow. They're not touching anything. You can tell they're not touching anything because none of the snow is moved in any of these pictures. It's not like they're sifting through it. They're not on their hands and knees. We can see that. And yet somehow they know that this right here is taillight and not ice.
It doesn't look like taillight to me right now. I mean, it looks like glass.
Yeah. And the reason I can prove to you that that is taillight is because that ends up at the MSP in one of the photographs that I don't feel like digging up right now, but I can prove to you that that ends up in an evidence bag. But this right here is ice. But they know the difference. So that ice, that
that's
taillight. That grass looks like it will cut up an arm. Exactly. That's how John got injured. We solved it.
So where did that
Wow,
piece?
look at
What's
this.
that?
Look at that's taillight.
That's not. What part of the taillight?
I don't know. I'm not an expert. Oh, straw.
No, but there was a
Look.
chick that put them all back together.
Yeah, but Ash
she not-
isn't here right now. I don't know.
I don't like this.
But look,
Call her up.
straw. Look, straw. Wait, I
thought it
said
was
this once. You know how Aiden will get like mad during one of his like live shows? He'll be like, wait, I'm gonna call them right now. And he'll like call somebody that he's mad at and just be like, curse them out or whatever. What if I was just like, let's get Ash Valier on the phone right now?
Don't do that. Don't do that. Well, I thought it was a like a cocktail straw. That's a regular size straw.
Also, apparently, and I haven't gone back to verify this, but I saw whoever said it was somebody that I trusted, probably Boozy, that John's straw was actually a clear straw, not a black straw. But anyways, Yuri holds this up in court. Nasty. Yuri was like, trash. But somehow this is going to prove that John got hit by a car.
What if he just? Okay. Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah. So like,
So you guys drank.
there's tail
right?
light
You
here.
guys drank.
Apparently,
What if
there's
he just
tail
takes the
light right
straw and
here.
throws it?
Apparently, great point, Missy. Like apparently in these pictures right here, the taillight is there. I don't know.
So
Any straw.
again, everything's a triangle. You have the car, you have John, and then up here you have all the pieces to the taillight. Like that. How do all those come together? They don't.
Like this is a weird piece. I don't even know what that is. That looks like it was hard for them to pry off. I don't think they tested the straw for DNA. I can never remember. They find this piece right here where people have been walking. They already cleared the hydrant. It's like required, like the fire department right here. The fire department goes around and clears the hydrants like
fine,
anytime
Chris,
that
I'm
there's a
looking.
snowstorm.
They do what?
The fire department will go around and clear the fire hydrants anytime that there's a snowstorm. So the hydrant was
That's
already
a thing?
cleared. Yeah.
Oh, it's so weird. I've never heard of that in my life.
Well, now you know. But then
How do the
somehow
fire
this
trucks
little
get to
piece of
the
tail light
fire if there's
was
in the snow?
this little piece was just waiting. It didn't get cleared away with the fire department. Who even knows what that looks like? An ant trap or something. I don't know what this is. That looks like it was
That's a ruler.
really
Oh,
no.
that black
This
thing?
the ruler is what they call a scale. So this is February 3rd.
No,
John was killed January 29th. So 29, 30, 31, 1, 2, 3. 6 days later.
What's the spoilage on evidence?
What do you mean?
I guess like you could still find the knife that killed what's that chick's name? Nicole Brown, O.J. Simpson's wife. I guess you could find that knife. I don't know. Well, I mean, could you prove that was it? I mean, that's what I'm
had her
saying. It's like
DNA.
I don't know.
Also,
I don't
none
know
of the.
enough
Oh,
evidence.
well, actually, that's a great point that you just brought up. Because I don't know if we've covered this, but none of these pieces of taillight have John's DNA on them.
But the straw does.
I don't know about the straw. But Yuri held the straw up in court. Yuri held up somebody's trash in court just for no reason. Also,
Oh,
even when
did-
he was holding it up, his face was like, okay, you guys, like look the other way for a sec. Oh, look, hiding taillight. This
That
piece,
ruler has to be called something.
it's called a scale. They call it a scale. Look at
Yeah,
that.
but there has to-
Taillight.
That's a taillight?
This is the piece that I said looks like a takeout container. I don't actually know what that is.
Where?
But look how much snow has already melted in 6 days.
Have you taken these pictures and run through Rock, whatever, one of those things? I asked the
To
boys,
say what?
what am I looking at? He said, what am I looking at? What is this?
Well, this is not like I don't think that these are manipulated. Like there's other photos like of Karen's taillight that I think were
No.
edited to look like I think
Like,
these
it's
pictures are real. I think they just sprinkled taillight before they took them.
I don't think I'm saying what I want to say. What's that?
A takeout container. Nobody knows. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's like so you can take that picture, you can ask AI what that is, and it'll tell you.
Okay.
You know, it's pretty good. Thanks, but yeah, that's
Okay,
not.
let's do it. Hold on.
Did that fit into
Grok
the
or Gemini?
when
You
she
like
put it back
Grok?
together? Huh?
Um,
Yeah, I like Grok. Well,
there were
because
some
you have
pieces.
a Twitter account, so you get Grok with it.
I know. I just didn't know if you have a preference.
I haven't played with the others that much.
What do you want me to
I
say? What am I
for
looking
images
at?
of
What am I
yes, like, what
looking
am I
at
looking at?
in this picture?
What is that round object in the picture?
You are looking at a piece of clear/translucent plastic sheeting or a torn plastic bag found outdoors on snow/grassy ground. The object, a crumpled, irregularly shaped sheet of thin, flexible, transparent plastic. It has trapped grass, pine needles, leaves, and other dirt, organic debris inside or underneath it. It appears torn or cut along the edges rather than a whole manufactured item like a balloon remnant. It's roughly 10 to 14 inches. It says what it probably is. Most likely litter. A discarded or windblown fragment of plastic packaging, contractor sheeting, a heavy-duty bag, or drop cloth that has been outside for a while and collected natural debris. It doesn't look like a specific manufactured item, i.e., not obviously a condom, glove, or balloon.
It's a condominium. So okay, so now I don't know. Now chat, okay, you guys know what to do. Take that image right there and ask what it is, and your own whatever preferred AI you like, and then you take the whatever they say, and that's a starting point.
Yeah. I also don't know if it ended up in the reconstruction, but also, wow, somehow we knew that little piece of clear, what looks like
Cocktail ice.
ice to me, is not ice. Yeah. Now, also, I should make it very clear that on this day, where they are able to find these little tiny pieces of clear glass, they do not find about 30 other red pieces, some that are up to like 8 inches across. So, still hiding somewhere on the scene are massive pieces of red taillight, like the size of a dinner plate, that are just in there waiting.
There's an 8-inch piece of red plastic, and they still haven't found it.
Yeah, that's hiding.
Guys,
They're not going to find that for a while.
If anybody,
They're going to find that February
Canton,
18th.
You guys, the Canton police, you gotta look at this stuff, y'all. You gotta realize you look like a 3-ring circus. I mean, come on, like I want to help you guys. I want you guys to do better. I don't want you to be made a laughing stock. Nobody needs to be laughed at. This is laughable.
Okay, so let me
This is
show you.
elementary.
This is actually, you're going to lose your mind right now. Hold on.
Oh, great.
What's
Is
even
this-
the best way to show you this? Okay, wait.
Well, our chat just went down.
Hey Baker. This is what Proctor is gonna find on February 18th. Okay, so this is February 3rd that we were just looking at. On February 18th, he's gonna find these pieces.
By himself?
He didn't photograph them. Yeah, by himself. He didn't photograph them, so at the scene, so we don't know for sure.
Oh, holy cow! There's that. Oh, it's okay. That's fine.
So just to be really clear, when we go back to the February 3rd photos, these are hiding. See if you can find them. These are still
That's
hiding.
8 inches, right? Yeah, those are over 8 inch. Oh wow,
Mhm.
wow.
Hiding.
That is
Hiding. Hey, Baker friends. Okay, so these are hiding. Let's see if we can find them. Spoiler alert, they're not there yet. They will be someday. But we are able to find on February 3rd this little tiny clear please. Because look at that. We knew that was there. We can't find that 8-inch piece of red, but we can find this guy. The weather February 3rd was like a light rain, I want to say. I have a weather document I made somewhere. I can look that up for sure. I do know on the 4th, it was pouring down like sleet rain, like a really terrible kind of like icy storm. And that was the day that Ken Berkowitz found a piece looking out his window as he drove by. So yeah, so those red pieces are
what
hiding
piece did
somewhere
he
here.
find? Who's Ken Berkowitz? I know him.
He's he was the acting. He's dead now. He died. He was
convenient.
exactly. He was Brian Higgins's second best friend. Brian Higgins's first best friend is Matt Couch, but his second best friend is Ken Berkowitz.
Does he have a
Because he's
list of like what? How do you
Mhm.
go up and down the friend list?
Well, he made it really clear during the trial. They said like, your friend Matt Couch, and he was like, my best friend. So clearly he has a list. I think that that Higgins was Ken Berkowitz's best friend, but Ken Berkowitz wasn't Higgins's best friend. Where's February 4th? Let's see. Fairview taillight pieces. I'm not going to be able to find the February 4th one right now, am I?
Oh, look, Baker knows. I've never seen snow.
Taillight MSP, taillight housing, scene photo. This is the one. Okay, so this is the piece that Ken Berkowitz found from his car. And the real crazy thing about this one, so he finds this the next day in a shoe print. So he's driving by, he
Was it
looks
John's
out his
shoe print?
window, he sees that huge piece of taillight that Evan Brent missed the day before when Evan Brent, Tully, Yuri, Proctor, Chico, and Moore were all apparently searching with gloves on. We never see any of that. But they missed this red piece in a shoe print, which this is what I mean by they did sketchy things. Oh my God, there's so much. So this document that I have open right now, the rest of it is from the morning of January 29th. So this is what they submitted to evidence. It says Canton PD scene photos. And the rest of the photos are all from the morning of January 29th, except for these two photos that were taken on February 4th. And the reason why that's extra sketchy is no taillight was found in any of these photos. So then the first picture is taillight, as if Canton PD found taillight, which they did not.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Where is so I see at the top says Canton PD scene photos. Is that do these pictures come from the trial? Like someone screenshot them, or are these
So
the
this
actual
is
ones entered into evidence?
these are the actual ones. So these are the this is what was turned over to the defense team. So these are all from the like FOIA drops that we're getting now. So from the notice of discoveries, and we're just getting them in the order that Karen's team got them in. And they're like labeled the same way that the defense team got them.
So how big is this image file? Like how big are the images?
Like the page size?
No,
do you mean?
like
Oh.
how many megabytes?
It has metadata. Nitro PDF Pro. I don't know what that is. It was what do you
You're
mean?
into
There's
the word
20
meta.
pictures. Did I just say the word meta?
Yeah, you said metadata.
Oh, that's
It's like
different
the
than
third or
just
fourth time you
meta.
said tonight.
Metadata
I think
is
you're
different
trying.
than the
You're
word.
secretly calling me beta. That's what I think what it
I've never called
is.
somebody
No, so
beta
like
before in my
the
life.
size, like how big is this file size?
Mm.
Are you looking at a file, or are you like?
Hold on. How big is it?
If you can just like
251 kilobytes. It's a PDF. Is that what you mean?
yeah, but kilobytes is very small.
Well, then there's another
Like
one that's the same pictures but taken on a potato, and that one is 1.8 megabytes, and that's also called Canton PD scene photos. You want to see those? You guys want to see what it looks like when you try to take a picture with a potato that you bought at the supermarket? Then you get pictures like this.
hang on a second. How big is this one supposed to be? How many megabytes?
1.4 megabytes.
So 1.4 is that's so small. YouTube has a max of 2, I think it's 2 megabytes for a thumbnail. But that's not.
But also these are it's just a PDF with 20 pictures in it. It's not like anything special.
Well,
But this is the
that's the
morning.
problem. Because you want
This is-
you want as many, you want it to be big, so that way you have as many pixels as you can possibly get, so that way you have a clearer picture. Because all this,
Right.
like the pixelization, all this stuff, it's all fake. If it's not film, it is fake. And this is it's generated from the software program of what it took. It's an idea of what happened that day, but it's not the actual. What you're looking at is an idea. It's not actually there.
Right. I mean, I didn't need to know the file size to know that this picture looks like it was taken in the Depression. Like, this is a 1920s, like, what are we doing here?
The ones that were submitted to trial should be much larger. They would want
Like, this is a person walking in the snow. This is not.
That
Okay.
is grandpa
this is
in
their
1917.
Exactly. It's like they dug it up from like my grandmother's photo album from the basement.
Actually, those
So
have more. You get more information.
I don't
out of
want
those
to
than-
get too off track. Hold on, I'm still off track but the point that we were getting at here is, oh my god, people are still doing fireworks. Can they chill out? There's still fireworks going on outside.
That's awesome. You're very patriotic up there.
No.
I thought,
No,
well, you
my-
guys are allowed to have fireworks?
Well, I don't know, but it's all the time. But no, it sucks because my dog hates it. I feel bad for him. Okay, so we can find these little teeny tiny pieces. We could not, though, find that piece that is found in a footprint tomorrow. So it's not like this is even there's no argument of like a lot more snow melted and blah blah blah. No, it was in a footprint. Now this is where things get really weird. So on February 1st, when Zach Clark was there, we don't see any blood in the snow. But now in this document from February 3rd, all of a sudden now we see pictures where there was blood in the snow, like the pictures from the actual morning that John was discovered. Then there's this piece.
What's the date
This
on this?
piece, this is
You
February
said-
3rd.
Now, but between the 29th and the 3rd, didn't you say like there's a rainstorm?
It's raining. It rains the first from between the 1st and the 3rd, it rains.
Why would
So
there be blood on snow?
good question.
Snow constantly changes. It's always melting.
Well, and like this picture is weird too, because when there's the zoomed out pictures, sorry if this is giving anybody headaches going that fast, but when the pictures are zoomed out, we don't see any blood in any of the snow here. So like, I don't know what that picture is. I don't know what's happening there, honestly.
If you had the high quality photos, you can zoom in on it.
Right.
Find it. Scott's like, do they have red food coloring? He said same
Like there's
time
no
I was,
blood
I
in
was
this.
asking about that.
There's no blood in this snow. Like this is not, I don't know what is going on with that picture. And there's just one and it's weird. I don't understand what was going on there. So this day we find the straw and then wait, we're not done yet because hold on, we're about to find the hat.
Is that where John supposedly was? It looks like it's snowing.
No, it's not anywhere near where John was. That's a good question. So
The blood isn't?
hold on. The blood is, well, supposedly. Okay. So John was found like here, right? His
say so.
hat is over here for some reason. So John over
Because you-
here, hat over here. Also, apparently there's a hat right here already, but we don't see it yet.
There's two hats.
No, well, who knows? Okay, so now suddenly there's more snow when we zoom in. The scale is weird on this. There's the hat. Let's go to wherever this first one is. Okay, so, oh my God, this is so dumb. Okay, so this piece right here in front of this thing, we can see this thing, whatever this electrical box is, in the February 1st pictures. There's no piece of taillight in front of it sitting like that. But suddenly that taillight's there. And then here's John's hat, all smushed up under there. And suddenly there's more snow in front of that thing. I don't understand what's going on, truly. This is where my brain starts actually breaking.
Okay.
Because
all right. Take it off the screen. You gotta step back and think. Not think, but just like let your brain relax.
no, because I've
there's
done
a
this
lot
for
of
2 days now.
information
It
here.
doesn't get any better. Now there's blood again. Unclear why. And then some redacted pictures, which like maybe the blood was even more. And then they go to One Meadows. So that's that.
Whose house is that?
That's John's house.
Oh, that's a nice house. Oh,
It's a nice
no wonder
house.
They often.
So now that we've seen the pictures he takes, we're going to go back over to our friend Evan Brent to hear more from him about taking those pictures, because everything about it is weird. Who sleeps anymore? Okay.
On top. Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So
again, just to be clear, Evan Brent is telling us about being at 34 Fairview, taking those pictures with Brian Tully, Yuri Buchanan, Michael Proctor, David DeChico, and whatever Moore's first name is. We don't ever hear about him. We didn't see any of them in the pictures, and we didn't see any of their cars. All 5 troopers, we didn't see any of their cars. I can't imagine all 6 of them just piled into one person's car. But there's no cars in that picture or anything, but okay.
Clowns, a lot of
And-
clowns spin a car.
They are the clowns. That's true. And let me just double check this before I say it. Nope, never mind. Okay.
once
Could be
an
wrong,
item
so I did-
was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over. I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Now
Was
he's
that the
Kevin
same
Moore.
with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments, tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Lally, he just told you.
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting the recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to,
Who's this?
this is going to be the right garage door.
Then he goes to Meadows.
5
Okay.
days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022.
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Remember?
Thank you for
Remember
correcting
this
me, because
guy?
You're right.
Remember this
You
guy?
were photographing it 5 days after.
This little
January
Victorian
29th.
child.
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say,
Vampire.
sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time, who had access to that traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn in the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write it.
He does. Nobody does.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene,
Everybody's
and taking
like,
photos,
don't put me in the same boat
and then
with Michael
submitting those
Proctor.
photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Okay. We don't need any more Lally tonight. So, just to be clear, all of these pieces and all of these pieces were all
And all
found
the kinks
that
man
day,
couldn't put them back together again.
except Ash Falier could. But those big red pieces were not found, and none of those pieces were found 2 days prior when Zach Clark was there by himself, and we couldn't see any of them in the photo. None of it makes any sense. It's all a lie. They sprinkled taillight. They took pictures of it at the end. And I wouldn't, if, actually, I'm not even going to go there. Basically, there is a world
What
where
are you going to
could,
do? What are you saying?
okay, I was going to say there's a world where you could believe that Karen actually did hit John, and
There has to
you
be.
could also concede that evidence was planted, because it
Ooh,
is
now,
clear
I
that
like
evidence was
this.
planted. I mean, Karen
This should
didn't
have been
hit
for the
John.
choose your own adventure day we had. But yeah, so
You don't get to choose that. You don't get to be one of the crazies. This is if you already are convinced that Karen did it and nothing else made any sense. You could still be honest and say this whole like investigation was BS. And the fact that nobody who believes that Karen is guilty ever says that tells me how dishonest they're being and how much they're just trying to protect the people who actually harmed John.
well, that's a good point. Like, if Karen didn't do it, right? Which 2 times, no, she didn't. Then who did? And nobody's asking that question. That's the shame of this whole thing. People are skipping right over
Nobody's
that and going
asking,
straight
is
to
it
the
the
civil.
police?
Who did it?
Well,
Who? How did John end up in a body bag?
well, I don't know the answer to that because the police never investigated. I also do want to point out that everything that we just saw
Is it
from Evan
closed?
Brent. What?
Is it closed or is it a cold case? Like, is it still open? Got a key?
Well, I don't know how they classify that. I think it's closed for Michael Morrissey. It's closed if Greg Conner is elected DA. I don't know if it's closed if Adam Deitch gets elected, which is why we need to make sure that he does. One thing before I forget, everything that we just saw from Evan Brent happened the day after Karen was arraigned, 2 days after she was arrested. So they already have their person. And now they're collecting evidence. Also that day, after Karen is arrested and arraigned,
They started collecting evidence after
interview.
she said not guilty in the arraignment.
Yeah. Then that next day they go and so after they already arrested her, they interview Brian Higgins, who tells
Mhm.
them that he was having a flirtatious relationship with Karen, that they were texting each other. He hands over a whole file of texts that he extracted on his own from his phone, instead of handing over his phone. He tells them that he was at the house, that a man that was tall, well, he didn't say it then. Then they go in and finally interview Nicole Albert, who lives at 34 Fairview. They interview her the day after Karen is arraigned on murder and vehicular homicide charges, whatever we said the charges were. So that all happened after they already found their person. He said that basically Adam Deitch said that he would talk to the O'Keefes and tell them the truth about what happened, is what Adam Deitch essentially said. And he said that any cases in Norfolk County, including Sandra Birchmore's and any other cases where victims or families feel like they don't have answers, he will get them answers. I think do with that what you will.
Well, he said, yeah. I can't remember the wording, but yeah, I remember saying that.
Yeah. Yeah, Leah Baker makes a good point that she assumes that no, the case is not still open because we're able to get the documents. So if it
Well,
was
those were the
an
Karen
on,
Reed one, right? I mean, it's so if it's still ongoing, you're not getting ongoing investigation stuff. You're
Well, that I
getting
think that's the point
the
is that it's
closed one.
closed.
Well, they closed it with Karen, but I mean, if she didn't, here's the maybe I'm the one that's having the hard time here because I don't know criminal, but I'm thinking like, so you go to trial, you can't convict the person you say it is. Is there? Do they just sit out there and say, "Well, Turtle Boy did it"?
I mean, I
Yeah,
think
Turtle Boy is
sometimes
the reason why we can't get a conviction.
well, I think sometimes like Casey Anthony, I think that they were like, we tried the right person. The jury acquitted her. There's nothing else. We don't need to investigate anymore. Like the right person was tried but found not guilty. That's the end. I think that's kind of where their head is at. I also do think it's really hard to take one person to trial, then retry the case against, unless there's like overwhelming evidence in favor of somebody else, because their defense could always just be, oh, it wasn't me. Didn't you guys, like their entire defense strategy could just be, didn't you guys think it was Karen? Didn't you officer say it was a car accident? That's not that, and I don't say that to say that there's not overwhelming evidence.
Yeah.
To the contrary, I think it's just an uphill battle. So that's our walk down memory lane. Any questions?
so
What did we
lost.
learn?
I'm so lost.
I feel like you're trying really hard to try to make it that it was Karen. I feel like that's why you're getting lost. Everything gets a whole
How
lot.
am I think it's funny you always say I'm against you.
I don't think you're against me. I'm not on a team. I'm not. I have no skin in the game, which actually I think is important.
What do I do that makes you think that that I think it's Karen?
You're always trying to be like, well, like what, like when you asked where was the point of impact on her taillight, like there wasn't one.
Yeah,
That's
so
the point.
I've never seen a taillight before. Well, I understand there's no, but you're showing it. So like, and so that's the question. Like,
April.
if you go to
Hi.
court, and that don't talk to her. She's mean. She's
No,
pointy
she's
ears. Very mean.
not.
No, but hey Amy. If you okay, so I don't that's a legitimate question. I've never seen a taillight that's been impacted by someone. So if that's what happened, where is the point of impact? Would that not be a normal question? Is that not easily answerable, or am I wrong with that? I don't know.
I just felt like you were asking it in a way like you actually wanted to see where the point of impact was. There wasn't one.
Yeah, well, I want to see where they say that he hit. Because I
Right.
think that I don't think that the light sticks out far enough. I don't think, and then you have to look at, okay, well, I mean, we had two experts or whatever. We had blue paint. Where did the blue paint say there was a hit? There was
There's
contact.
pictures. He leaned into it. He showed it's not his. Well, he did his blue paint test at like 1 mile per hour. And he leaned into the car and he said, well, this is where my arm lines up with the car. And he used this like special kind of paint that doesn't dry so
And
that
I
he
was
could
wearing his
transfer
underwear.
it to the car. Yeah, and he was wearing John's underwear. So he said, my arm lines up with the taillight. That's all. There was no point of impact. They can't prove. And then he said they couldn't actually do a crash test because his exact explanation was something along the lines of, if we had done that and it didn't show what the Commonwealth says happened, then we wouldn't be able to prove that it happened, basically.
See?
Yeah. See? Smart April said, the point of impact is literally wherever you smear your arm. Tuesday, from the forensic channel, she drew hearts. So she drew a heart on the taillight and a heart on John's arm, and the hearts, she said, match up. So that's where.
So I don't know any of this stuff. I didn't know. I don't know who these people are that you're talking about. I didn't realize that with the smear. I'm just like, I'm not. I just had a question. So what else did I do
Oh,
that's against you or against
no.
Karen?
See, the way you
Where am I
explained your
right now?
question now. No, now I get it. Now that you explained why you were asking that, I get it. When you asked it, I thought you were genuinely asking, like, where is the point of impact? Maybe
You
next
thought
time
it
you
was
say,
trouble.
where do they say the point of impact was?
When you say it in Emily Eve.
Um, but yeah,
But I
I
mean,
don't,
it's just, I
it's,
don't know. It's just things like that. And you, okay. So the other thing is, like, let's say they've never had a murder, right? And all this stuff. And it would have been in space. It may be in space right
yeah,
now. But they never had a murder. They don't know how all this stuff. They use, solo cups as evidence cups because they're ignorant to anything different. And so you want them to be better, but it's what's the when you're critical about somebody, but it's positive.
constructive
It's
criticism.
constructive. That's the word I couldn't. Yeah, constructive criticism.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm
I
doing
mean,
that,
this is
or maybe it's all big ruse.
this is why I've said the whole time, like, my focus, like, I appreciate that, like, Sam Benigno is going to get to the bottom of, like, what happened. Like, she's analyzing everybody's statements and, like, putting it all together to figure out, like, exactly where everybody was and what room they were in. And to me, and I've tried to make this very clear to the people that, like, think that I'm going after the McCabe's or the Alberts or whoever, I'm not trying to, like, I don't even care if they're, like, ever prosecuted, except that we would get answers. I want to make sure that I live in a county that has law enforcement that I feel like I can trust. And every single stage of this investigation scares me because if I am living somewhere that has law enforcement that make their own rules and play their own games and protect the people that they want to protect and don't know how to conduct a real investigation, then what happens if something bad happens to me, to my family, to my friends, to my neighbor, to anybody in that I live, that I have to deal with this? I just want the people
And that
in
bothers me.
power to be people that I can trust. And if they're not, they are not. I want new people in power. And they can go be like bigots somewhere else. They can just be bigots on their own time and not, you could do any other job and be the, like, bigoted dumbasses that they are. If they worked at
Yeah,
the gas station and they were the bigoted dumbasses that they are, I wouldn't care because my life
as
is
long as you
not
get
like,
gas in your tank.
yeah, like,
I
I don't have
mean,
to trust them. Right?
That's the thing. I'm glad you said that because, like, there's a lot of the text message controversies and stuff. It's like, separate that though. That does not mean that you can't be good at your job. You could still be good at your job, but
Yeah, but these guys
I
are
don't
not.
have any faith. Right? Not at all. Like, I don't have. And when you were saying that, I think that's one of the first things we talked about. I was like, you live there. Like, I've met so many wonderful people from Massachusetts. I never thought I ever would. Like, really, I talk bad about you guys all the time, my entire life probably, and very awful things, very very bad. I'm just kidding, but no, like, it's so many great, wonderful, wonderful people. And I do, Emily, like you in particular, like you're my buddy. Like, I worry about you. Like, what if something happens? You're calling, and you expect that. You expect that. I've had to call 911 a bunch, and you are always hoping that the person that picks up the phone. Well, I can take that back. I've called 911 before where my words were not working as they came out of my mouth, and the person that picked up the phone was very competent and was able to help. That's what you want. And when you're sitting there, 911, we're in this room. We don't know we have cameras in there or not. We don't know. I wasn't invited to the Blizzard party. You have stuff like that. It
Mm-hmm.
makes me feel bad for anybody that's in those situations, especially like where you live. They shouldn't be that way.
Well, and like that's where when people are like, "Are you scared of like, talking publicly about this?" I mean, maybe I should be scared of all of it, but to me, it's more scary that like, okay, so Yuri Buchanan is a police officer that I'm supposed to be able to trust to like keep me safe, and then not only that, but to like treat me like as I'm supposed to be treated. Like if I'm pulled over on the highway and Yuri Buchanan is the one that pulls me over, I don't trust that like he is going to be somebody that would just do what he's like, just do the right thing. Like he's out here advertising the Testify campaign and saying that the witnesses should be protected and this and that. And it's like, no, I should be protected. Like I'm just trying to live in a county that has, and if that's not the case, then like, why do we have people in power at all? If they're not trustworthy, why do they get the power?
It's this when seconds matter, the police are minutes away. And it's like, well, what if they see, like you were saying, like, being outspoken and whatnot? What if they go, oh, wait a second, that's that girl. Well, instead of being there in 5 minutes, I'm going to be there in 7 minutes. We go this route. Oh, I made the wrong turn. Oh, I got behind the car. So whatever it is,
It's scary.
it is. It's very scary. And that's what people don't realize is it's like they want to attack you for Karen Reed. They have no skin in the game. You do. This is, it's just, I'm sorry. It's a mess. And I feel,
But that's why I think it's important to expose, like, that's why I think things like this are important to look at these pictures and say, like, those pictures are clear proof to me that we were all lied to. Like the story that they told us in court under oath did not happen. The evidence was planted. I don't know exactly who, I don't know exactly when, I don't know exactly how, I don't know exactly why. I don't know where the idea to plant evidence started. I don't know why they thought it was a good idea to keep planting evidence for 3 weeks. Like, I don't know the answers to those things, but I am at the point now that I can say like 100% that evidence was not there. Those taillight pieces were not there the day before, and now they were, and the evidence that they're going to find in 5 more days later and 7 more days later is not there yet. I don't know why. I don't know where it is until then.
So I don't know. Okay, so you talking about like the evidence, like how's it get there, right? Or why was it, days later or whatnot? Like they just kind of they freaked out, maybe. They've never had a murder case, that type of thing. And so it's like, when do you stop? You're like, oh my gosh, like. And I don't know. I mean, I feel weird. I feel weird making that accusation and I hate that. I don't want to accuse people of doing something so heinous.
Well, also, just to be clear, they had a murder. Sandra Birchmore was murdered. They also did not investigate that as a murder. And instead of framing somebody else and bringing them to trial, they framed Sandra for her own murder. And they said that she did.
That.
So it's not that they didn't. They also, Yeah.
I wonder if Norfolk County has a disproportionately high number of suicides.
Yeah. I mean, nothing that they've done since I started following the like cases in Norfolk County has been on the up and up. Like they just prosecuted Stefan Diggs for something that just didn't happen and became very clear that it didn't happen, and the entire trial was a sham. Kelsey Fitzsimmons is in Plymouth County, but yeah, it's a whole Massachusetts thing. They prosecuted this woman named Penny McGee, whose ex-husband had a heart attack in front of her, and they said that she caused it intentionally.
She's a witch.
Like it's real, and she was acquitted in a bench trial in front of Beverly Cannoni with no jury, just Beverly Cannoni. She ruled from the bench. She didn't even have to go into her chambers to think about it. When it was time for her to make the ruling, she was literally like, "Okay, so she's not guilty because this is ridiculous. The guy just had a heart attack." And that was that.
I'd love to see that whole thing unfold. I mean, that's
we could watch it. We could do a Squirrel School on Penny McKee.
the thing about it. That's a hell of a. How do you get probable cause on that one?
You
I mean,
don't.
that's
And yeah, and then we're back to where we started with Aiden. It's like
in Turtle
I
Boy
mean,
bought
he's
on here.
facing 90 what?
90 years. Well, that when you started off your stream and you showed like when we first met over on Baker's, that was the first time I knew of Turtle Boy, but I didn't know him or anything. And I'm sitting there looking at my black screen, and I hear him talk about skits. I'm like, that seems odd. That doesn't seem right. And it was freedom of speech. And then so it was coming up in January. He had a hearing and whatnot. I forget now what happened. He has another one coming up, I think.
Yeah, next Friday, next on the 20th. Is that right? July 20th, I want to say. Monday. Is that right? Yeah, they're arguing the motion to dismiss. Also, everything goes so slowly. Like they're arguing a motion to I mean, part of this is it got pushed back from there was like one date that didn't work because Aiden's attorney Bradel was representing Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and then it got pushed back again because Betterow couldn't make it. But they wrote this motion to dismiss like I don't know, October, like long time ago. And they're just arguing it now. It should just be dismissed. It's ridiculous.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't drop the charges against him.
We'll see.
You dared me to say why? I don't know. Why.
Say it. You make me say it every time that I don't want to say something.
Politically.
Yeah.
To help him. To help one guy.
Greg Connor. So then he doesn't have to talk about it on the campaign trail.
And it takes all the steam out of people. They're no longer
barely. It barely takes the steam out though, because the new DA is not going to be.
Steam.
Well, Aiden's trial is slated to be December 1st right now, so it wouldn't be under the new DA anyways. But I agree that like it does give a talking point to Greg Connor's competition. We need to go to bed. I'm tired. I think this is funnier, Lindsay. Let's call it the Megan motion from now on. The Megan motion.
What is supposed to be the Megan motion?
It's supposed to be the Megan motion. The Megan motion, but I like the Megan motion.
Oh, there's sharding going on now and everything else. I don't know about Megan motion. That scares me.
The Megan motion and the sissy Emily.
I like Megan motion.
Okay, we need to go to bed.
Who's sissy? Oh, sassy. Somebody said something. Was that? That was White Rabbit. That's my wife. She said so. She goes, "Oh, it'll even be snarky." I was like, everybody keeps telling me that. I don't see it. And she's like, she's seen it. I was like, oh, well, cool. You have
Yeah,
a
because
reputation.
that's what the velvet knife is.
Is
That's
that
what
what you're
velvet knife
called
means. Yeah.
because of that?
hmm Rebecca Lavoie coined it. Ben Burnett and Kyle Sharkey made it a thing. And now that's my nickname. And I like it.
Are you good with knives? That'd be cool.
No. Thank you, Queen of Hearts Chanel.
Have a knife.
I was very excited to go back
Yeah,
through
tonight
all
was
of
cool.
this.
Tonight was really cool.
Yeah.
I needed it. Thank you. I'm still amazed watching the video. Like I cannot express how impressed I am that maybe in awe that you still hang around me. I really appreciate that.
I love
You're a cool
this.
kid.
This is so much fun.
It's fun. It's not, I've never seen anything like what we're doing. I've never seen
Yeah.
anything like it. I've seen people talk about trying to. I really have. I've been around. And I'm like, oh, they're trying to do a squirrel school, and you can tell. And it just it's a well, you're good with squirrels.
I love it. Also, I think it's really funny in our first messages when we were like, yeah, so like I can't do any more than 2 hours. And we were, no, me neither. Definitely not. 2 hours is crazy. And now we just crossed 4 hours. So look at us go.
Well, time flies when you're having fun. This is the I figured out
Blanca
what
says
it is. That this is the time that it's like this the well, it's not adult time. It's kid time because like, I just saw my dog at the park yesterday. It was like he didn't want to leave.
Oh.
So I feel like what? The little brother.
Blanca said, expert
Ratty.
reminds me of a little brother. I like that. Do you have
Ratty
siblings?
brother. No. What's wrong? Could you imagine there being more of me or this?
No. As somebody who has a Carter that is meant to be an only child, I understand when you get one little handful, that's enough.
I was a good kid.
Yeah, Carter's not bad. He's just a handful. He's perfect. He's just a handful. A handful's not a bad thing.
So I downloaded that play game.
Oh, yeah. Are you okay? We have to say goodnight. Everybody's tired. Holly can't believe she's awake. I can't believe we're awake. Good night.
You should do a poll. Is it nighttime? It's time to go to bed.
Well,
Mitchell hasn't
Rachel
told us
just
yet.
go.
Say good night, Gracie.
Say goodnight,
George
Gracie.
Burns was awesome.
Okay, we're going to sleep.
You know, it's from,
Good night.
you know who George Burns is? You don't, do
No,
you?
I don't know
Gosh,
who
that's
anybody
so
is.
awesome. What book are you reading right now? You're supposed to tell people. You're supposed to read a book, weren't you? How many books did you read last year?
No, now it's 2
EE?
years ago. Now it's
Oh,
2
it's 2
years
years
ago
ago?
because now that this YouTube
Right.
world has taken over my life, I don't read any more books. I have a friend that
never
I
read-
give book recommendations to, and she just texted me this morning to ask for them. And I was like, listen, I'm like running out. Like, you're using up all my recommendations, and I haven't read any new ones. No, I never will.
I didn't buy. I didn't have books in school.
What?
What?
Now I read you documents. I did read 176 pages of Gretchen Voss's interview with Karen. That should count for something. Okay, we're going to bed. Good
Not
night.
literary.
Sweet dreams.
Just ended like. Love y'all. Thank you.
Bye.
It's Mahala's birthday. It really is.
Is
Really?
it actually?
Maybe not.
Danny's
I don't
birthday
know.
too. Happy birthday, Danny.
Happy birthday to everybody but me because it's not my birthday. Emily said mine is February 3rd, which I didn't know. And that's the day that broke her brain.
Good
If you need a place to breathe, some stress to just relieve, then come watch Emily see, where we keep it drama free. We want justice for John O'Keefe, Aiden and Kelsey, waved bye bye to Morrissey. Let's
let's clean up Norfolk County. Emily C, the one we need. Reading sidebars with Corey. Writing Hank diaries. Giving the people what they need. It's my pleasure to entertain. Keeping you laughing makes my day. Positivity all the way. What do we tell Satan? Not today. And now it's time to say goodbye. But before we say goodnight, just keep one thing in mind. Please like, comment, subscribe.